Bundestag sein.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Mitglieder, liebe Freunde, Partner von RETech, alle, die von nah und fern hergekommen sind und vor allem, lieber Herr Parlamentarischer Staatssekretär Pronold. Wir haben gerade darüber gesprochen und wir haben schon eine Tradition darin, dass Herr Pronold auf unseren Veranstaltungen moderiert. Der Herr Ragoßnig, habe ich noch jemanden vergessen, den ich jetzt namentlich nennen müsste? Ich hoffe nicht. Ich freue mich sehr, Sie heute hier an dieser Stelle begrüßen zu können, zu dieser in vielerlei Hinsicht besonderen Veranstaltung. Es ist nicht nur besonders, dass wir im Rahmen dieser Konferenz auch das 10-jährige Jubiläum von RETech miteinander feiern können. Es ist auch nicht besonders, dass es uns zum 4. Mal gelungen ist, wieder ein Thema, was hochspannend, sehr aktuell und für die gesamte Branche und auch für den gesamten Umwelt- und Energiebereich, im Bereich Klimaschutz von besonderer Bedeutung ist, sondern ich finde, es ist ganz besonders hervorzuheben, dass wir das erste Mal, vielen von Ihnen wird das so gehen, in dieser Runde, in großer Runde, persönlich anwesend miteinander hier tagen können, miteinander reden können, uns interessante Vorträge anhören zu können, uns auszutauschen, das mit inländischen und ausländischen Gästen. Und ich glaube, es wird Ihnen so gehen wie uns auch. Wir sind alle sehr glücklich und froh darüber und genießen es, sodass ich also hoffe, Sie genießen die 2 Tage hier mit uns jetzt auch. Wir haben einen Teil der Vorträge, das werden Sie dem Programm entnehmen, als Videoeinspielung vorbereiten müssen oder können, weil natürlich viele Referentinnen und Referenten aus den Ihnen bekannten Gründen nicht hierher anreisen konnten, aber trotzdem großes Interesse hatten, ihren Beitrag für diese Konferenz halt einbringen zu können. Wir haben also eine gemischte Veranstaltung aus tatsächlichen Vorträgen hier vor Ort und Videoeinspielungen. Und ich denke, im Rahmen der möglichen Diskussionen untereinander wird man auch dann, wenn man mit den Referentinnen und Referenten noch nicht direkt in Kontakt treten kann, doch einiges sehr Positives hier erleben können. In dem Sinne begrüße ich im Übrigen auch alle Zuhörerinnen, Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, die über YouTube dabei sind. Wir haben eine nicht unerhebliche Anzahl von Anmeldungen und der Link ist zudem jetzt inzwischen breit verteilt. Ich weiß nicht, wer alles an welcher Stelle hier dabei ist, aber ich denke, wir haben auf dem Wege auch eine relativ breite Möglichkeit, die interessanten Themen hier bekannt zu machen und andere Menschen daran teilhaben zu lassen. Herr Parlamentarischer Staatssekretär Pronold, wie gesagt, es ist mir eine besondere Freude, dass Sie heute hier sind. Ich sage es gleich zweimal, es ist einfach so. Sie überbringen die Grußworte des BMU und werden unsere Tagung eröffnen. Die Tagung, denke ich, zum 3. Mal mindestens, wenn Sie nicht sogar bei allen dabei waren, das weiß ich nicht mehr. Und insofern möchte ich Ihnen jetzt gerne das Wort übergeben, begrüße Sie herzlich und danke, dass Sie dabei sind.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, bei wichtigen Ereignissen ist man immer gerne dabei, darum war ich wahrscheinlich so oft hier. Das Thema Kreislaufwirtschaft begleitet mich mein ganzes politisches Leben. Heute schließt sich sozusagen, da ich ja noch geschäftsführend im Amt bin und wie Sie vielleicht wissen, ja nicht mehr zum Deutschen Bundestag kandidiert haben, schließt sich ein Kreislauf. Ich kann mich noch erinnern, dass ich zu Beginn meines politischen Lebens vor Ort in Plattling, Außernzell, Deckendorf damals gekämpft habe, um eine Müllverbrennungsanlage zu verhindern. Das war 1989 und damals ging es um das bessere Müllkonzept und den Beginn überhaupt von Kreislaufwirtschaft. Und wir haben uns gerade unterhalten, wie in den 90er Jahren dann doch rechtlich auch viele, viele entscheidende Schritte passiert sind, die die Voraussetzung dafür bilden, dass Deutschland bei der Frage des Recyclings, bei der Frage auch der Vermeidung im Übrigen eine führende Rolle weltweit, glaube ich, einnehmen kann. Umso wichtiger ist es, dass wir mit der RETech-Initiative auch andere teilhaben lassen, weil wir werden nur unseren Planeten und die Grenzen, die dieser Planet der Menschheit setzt, dann vernünftig einhalten, wenn wir mit Kreislaufwirtschaft, mit Recycling weltweit vorankommen. Einer der größten Emittenten für CO2-Äquivalente, für Treibhausgase sind weltweit Mülldeponien. Wir sind dort in Deutschland, Gott sei Dank, wesentlich weiter, haben damit auch relativ früh begonnen. Aber es gibt noch viele, viele andere Bereiche, die weltweit dazu beitragen können, und Recycling gehört mit dazu, dass wir die Ziele, die wir uns bei der Klimakonferenz in Paris gesetzt haben, auch wirklich einhalten. Meine Ministerin darf ich ganz, ganz herzlich entschuldigen. Sie ist wegen der aktuellen Klimakonferenz nicht hier in Berlin, und ich halte die Stallwache und darf mich aber natürlich auch gerne hier auf dieser Konferenz mit einem Grußwort einbringen, weil es, glaube ich, ein wichtiges Thema ist. Und auch die letzten 10 Jahre hat sich durchaus was im öffentlichen Bewusstsein getan. Hätten Sie mir vor 5 Jahren erzählt, dass mal in Deutschland eine Debatte darüber existiert, ob irgendwelche Wattestäbchen verboten werden sollen und was so an den europäischen Stränden so angespült wird, hätte ich gesagt, na ja, also das wird nie ein Thema für Seite 1 werden. Und es ist es. Und das Bewusstsein in der Bevölkerung ist auch gewachsen für das Thema Vermeiden von Abfällen und für das Thema Recyceln. Und wir haben eine ganze Menge Initiativen auch in den letzten Jahren gemacht. Ich will sie Ihnen nicht aufzählen, weil ich weiß, dass das Wichtige an Grußworten ist, dass sie nicht zu lange dauern. Ich habe selbst unter so vielen gelitten in meinem politischen Leben, dass ich also nicht dem Wahlspruch von Kurt Tucholsky für einen schlechten Redner folgen will. Wenn du die Gelegenheit zur Rede hast, dann missbrauche sie. Das passiert bei Grußworten ja sehr oft, sondern ich will einfach nur noch mal ganz kurz daran erinnern, dass eine ganze Menge tatsächlich passiert ist und dass wir neben dem, was jetzt auf EU-Ebene passiert, eben auch zum Beispiel nur 17 Jahre gebraucht haben, um den größten Abfallstrom einigermaßen einheitlich zu behandeln in Deutschland. Das sind nämlich die Abfälle, die im Baubereich entstehen. Die Mantelverordnung für die Eingeweihten hier hat mich jetzt 8 Jahre meines Lebens begleitet, und ich hätte nicht mehr gedacht, dass wir noch einheitliche Regeln hinkriegen für Deutschland. 17 Jahre hat es gedauert. Wenn Michael Ende einen Fortsetzungsroman der unendlichen Geschichte schreiben will, die Mantelverordnung bietet sich wirklich an für dieses Thema. Aber es ist gut, weil wir brauchen auch Standardisierungen, wir brauchen Vereinheitlichungen, und dafür ist es ein gutes Beispiel, dass wir insgesamt mit dem Thema Recycling dann auch weiterkommen müssen. Und das wird auch einen großen Anteil zukünftig spielen auf europäischer Ebene, aber das ist ja auch die Stärke hier von dieser RETech-Initiative weltweit, weil wir nur dann die entsprechenden Ziele erreichen. Und das, was Sie heute sich zum Schwerpunkt gemacht haben, ist ein Thema, das in vielen, vielen Ländern noch im Dornröschenschlaf schlummert und wachgeküsst werden will. Also nicht so, also ich würde biogene Abfälle jetzt nicht persönlich wachküssen, aber das Thema lohnt sich, wachgeküsst zu werden, weil das tatsächlich eine ganze Menge an Treibhausgasäquivalenten weltweit freisetzt. Ich habe das angesprochen. Und weil man natürlich mit biogenen Abfällen tatsächlich viel Positives auch im Sinne von Umweltfreundlichkeit bewirken kann. Man kann auch Torf ersetzen.
Aspects and consequences are concerned. You can use alternative materials, and in Germany we have learned that environmental protection can also be a business. And that's the reason why this topic really has a lot of attention, much more than it had 20 years ago. And the RETech initiative is a good platform for being actively involved worldwide to combine ecology and economy. So for this, I wish you an exciting conference with very thrilling presentations. In Bavaria, you said life brings together people, and also this conference serves for bringing together people, a lot of wise talks, intelligent talks, a lot of powerful questions, who is doing what, and I wish you this today. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, dear State Secretary Pronold, and I'm very delighted about your welcome speech and emphasizing how important it is that we are talking about the subject today at the conference. And first of all, I would like to welcome you, Dr. Dube, Arne Ragoßnig, and dear members of RETech and dear guests who attend this conference today and listen to the presentations, interactively involved. And I'm very happy to have you here at presence. And we have some presentations, like Karin Opphard said, at digital level. So it's important for us that basically we can reach a very broad international audience, and that we don't only discuss about what we have done in Germany. You know the tradition of RETech, that we try on the one hand to get into a dialogue internationally, and on the other hand, especially giving you who are very interested in this subject, giving you an horizon, open up an horizon and which relevance this subject has abroad. This is a good tradition, and we have now the fifth event which we attend today. In this context, we started with a subject which you don't know. In Germany, the waste disposal in mega cities. It's not a German topic. We cannot say we are the world champions here, but it's a growing issue at all growing and emerging markets as far as technology, organization, legal stipulations are concerned. It's a huge topic, and we want to support it, and we need to understand which which issues exist in these countries. The second conference we held was the integration of informal sector, which is also a very topical issue. We don't have it in Germany so much. We can have a look at all parking lots at airports worldwide. What happens with the informal groups, with the PET bottles and so on. Collection, we have a sector which is, I would say, not so successful as it is in other countries. But there you have the social obligation which we have. It's not so big like in other countries, where whole families live on this in the informal environment in order to earn their livelihood, and which of course we need to take up if we think about the efficiency potentials of a reasonable cleaning of cities, and later on in a secondary substance economy. So again, with the support of expert initiative environmental technology from the Federal Ministry, we had held a conference about marine littering. And here we could see it's a very complex subject where there are no clear solutions, and this is also a problem where we concentrate on our sources, cleaning the cities. And all these problems arise not on the sea, but onshore, and this is a subject which needs to be treated very comprehensively without having the demand that we have the solution. But I think if we, for everybody who's coping with the subject, if we if we increase the awareness, and if we increase the knowledge and expertise with the technologies we use here in Germany, we can also tackle these subjects. And in this tradition, this conference for biogenic substances, we all know the discussion about secondary substances, dual systems, which prices can I realize for paper and so on, how I do downcycling, and why do I have a downcycling of textile. These are huge topics which consider economical aspects of secondary raw materials or recycling raw materials. These are important issues, and these are subjects that are important for the efficiency of raw materials, of efficiency of substances, not only within the framework of climate protection. We know how much energy is used to use primary substances. We know the slides which we have seen, where we have 900 kilogram which we produce, and for 1 ton which you get from the earth, we have 10% ore, and all these problems. So we need to dispose it again we need to use much energy, and these are essential contributions, essential issues for solving the challenges worldwide. And we could see it in the political election campaign, that the political situation and the climate protection is so important, because the subject of biogenic waste with a 25 times relevance for the CO2 and the methane gas situation with the saving potential from the avoidance of landfills. If you see the fact books, is the main disposal methodology, the main is disposal management. So the unstructured landfill and the filling up of a hole in the soil by structures where the owner says, I can earn a lot of money with it if I make available a hole in the soil, even if I make it available for landfilling. And I can name you an example from the US where we are actively involved, this Chinese SWAT policy. It could be avoided, that recycling activities could develop, and all the big disposal organizations were happy that recycling was declined, because they could really rise their landfilling situation. So it's the most cheapest situation, making available landfilling and doing something for covering soil and so on. And everyone who's in the junior circles of the BDS on the exhibition, when we had the juniors of the American disposal waste management participants who proudly showed us how they are using biological waste management by feeding the pigs in Las Vegas, for example. And I don't know if this is the right way, but one thing is definitely clear. We need to find ways, and we need to find methods to get out of the situation of unstructured landfilling, and how we make it possible for us to use methods, soil improvements, composting, working against erosion. We can work with heat, electricity, producing heat, electricity gas as one form of energy, for example. So there are a lot of facets included. It's not something which is at a top priority in Germany. We have differently solved this problem. We solved it, which probably is not representative for the world. The residential waste, which has a transitional stage of 10 years. You were talking about this, Mr. Pronold, at the end of the 80s, at the beginning of the 90s. These subjects were beginning. We had an incineration area, and we know the fluctuating prices and the fluctuating utilization, but we could solve it. But this financial means from the gross domestic product to have this for the waste disposal within the thermal disposal. In many countries this is not possible at all. We don't have the fees which are the fee system which is necessary, and I'm not sure if this is the right way, because if we have secondary raw materials which we collect, and we need to strengthen, we need to change the regulations. If we have many capacities in certain regions, so the utilization of incineration will probably not support the utilization and reutilization of materials. So many countries are interested for combustion plants, for incineration plants worldwide. In order to get the financing for it and to have long-term contracts, only having the collection or only the power production, or the power production in the entire region with power plants gone beyond the incineration of waste. So it's a subject with a lot of facets for which we need to find solutions which are more pragmatic than what we did in Germany by just having the residential landfilling regulation, which was declined so that the barriers to air and soil should be able to manage this. And I'm very happy that we have a lot of interesting conversation and talks and presentations here today, and I hope that we can also discuss about this in a very controversial way, because controversy always means that we think about it, that we deliberate about compromises, finding solutions, and I hope that you and we all together here have a very fruitful, energizing talks, and I hope that one or the other solution way can be found for some countries here today. So I wish you all the best and a very inspiring and nice time here at our conference.
Ja, Sie sehen, da werden schon Geschenke verteilt. Ich darf Sie auch ganz herzlich begrüßen. Mein Name ist Michael. Ich bin hier bei RETech zum einen für die Arbeitsgruppe China zuständig, habe mich so ein bisschen darum gekümmert, dass wir jetzt gemeinsam mit der DGAW auch in der ISWA wieder als National Member im nächsten Jahr vertreten sein werden und bin so im Vorstand für die Vernetzung mit der Wissenschaft zuständig. Ja, wir wollen jetzt den Bogen aufspannen und haben uns dort als Überschrift die internationalen Ziele zum Klima- und Ressourcenschutz vorgenommen worden. Vieles ist eben schon angesprochen worden. Und wir haben hier 3 interessante Vorträge, 2 live. Mit einem fangen wir auch direkt an. Da geht es um die weltweite Perspektive und da freue ich mich besonders, dass Kollege Professor Arne Ragoßnig heute hier ist. Wie immer bekommt man als Moderator ja Lebenslauf zugeschickt. Wenn ich das jetzt alles vorlese, dann sind dann 20 Minuten rum. Ich habe aber festgestellt, dass wir uns dann schon 94 kennengelernt haben, weil dann habe ich an der Uni angefangen in Leoben, wo er zu den ersten Versuchskaninchen gehörte im Studiengang Industrieller Umweltschutz, Entsorgungstechnik und Recycling. Und obwohl das am Anfang noch ein bisschen hemdsärmlich war, ist ja was draus geworden. Also wenn ich das jetzt alles vorlese, wird es lang. Er war auch mal, nachdem er promoviert hat, im Bereich thermische Abfallbehandlung an einer Fachhochschule, hat dort den Bereich Umwelttechnik aufgebaut im Burgenland, hat sich dann selbstständig gemacht und wo er hohe Verdienste aus meiner Sicht sich erlangt hat, ist bei der finanziellen Sanierung der ISWA, wo es ja ein bisschen gerumpelt hat und mittlerweile ist das alles wieder im Lot und inzwischen ist er zum Vizepräsidenten der ISWA aufgestiegen und ich freue mich, dass du hier bist und die nächsten 20 Minuten uns so ein bisschen in das Thema einführen wirst. Vielen Dank.
Ja, danke für die nette Einbegleitung, Michael. Herzliches Grüß Gott auch von meiner Seite an alle Anwesenden und auch an die Online-Zuhörer sozusagen. Ich möchte mich recht herzlich bedanken bei den Veranstaltern für diese Einladung zu dieser Konferenz und hier mit diesem breiten Thema einer globalen Perspektive sozusagen den Vorhang zu öffnen. Mehr kann es nicht sein. Es wird dann danach in den Einzelvorträgen um Einzellösungen, um Regionen und dergleichen gehen, die ja letztendlich entscheidend sind am Weg der Umsetzung des Klima- und Ressourcenschutzes. Das Thema Klima- und Ressourcenschutz ist kein isoliertes Thema. Es gibt Zusammenhänge, es gibt sehr viele Zusammenhänge und heute, zum Zeitpunkt der COP26 in Glasgow, ist es sogar ein tagesaktuelles, nicht nur ein höchstaktuelles, sondern ein tagesaktuelles Thema. Ja, und als ISWA-Vizepräsident freut es mich ganz besonders, dass RETech gemeinsam mit DGAW als ISWA Germany, als National Member ab dem nächsten Jahr wieder bei der ISWA dabei ist. Am 3. Oktober, einem ganz besonderen Tag 2021, ist das auch beschlossen worden im General Assembly der ISWA und hat einige Jahre Vorbereitung bedurft. Danke auch, Michael, für deine Beiträge dazu. Das war sicher ein ganz wichtiger Schritt, dass wir Deutschland wieder hier dabei haben. Ich möchte diese Gelegenheit auch nutzen, RETech sozusagen zum 10. Geburtstag zu gratulieren. So, jetzt muss ich kurz schauen, wie ich weiterkomme. Okay. Ja, internationale Ziele des Ressourcen- und Klimaschutzes. Ich habe mir kurz überlegt, was können da sozusagen die wesentlichen Vereinbarungen sein, die wesentlichen Zielvereinbarungen sein. Und ganz klar sind das die Sustainable Development Goals aus der Agenda 2030 der Vereinten Staatengemeinschaft, die Entwicklung für eine nachhaltige Entwicklung und Ziele für nachhaltige Entwicklung vorgeben. Im Rahmen der Erarbeitung des Global Waste-Management Outlook 2015 hat ISWA gemeinsam mit UNEP auch für den Abfallsektor entsprechende Global Waste-Management Goals entwickelt. Darauf möchte ich auch kurz eingehen und auf die Zusammenhänge zwischen den Sustainable Development Goals, die ja wesentlich breiter angesiedelt sind, und den Global Waste-Management Goals. Und natürlich die Klimarahmenkonvention, das Paris Agreement, ist hier auch natürlich zu nennen. Ich möchte kurz auf die Ziele und auf den Status quo eingehen und auch in gewissen Bereichen auf die Herausforderungen, die sich hier bieten. Ja, wo ist das Problem? Wo ist die Herausforderung? Wir sehen es hier an dieser Abbildung ganz klar. Es geht einfach um einen ungebremsten Ressourcenverbrauch. In den letzten 5 Dekaden hat sich der Ressourcenverbrauch verdreifacht. Wir sehen hier einerseits die Entwicklung bis 2020, wir sehen aber auch eine Prognose für einerseits das Business-as-usual-Szenario, wohin sich der Ressourcenverbrauch und auch der Treibhausgasausstoß entwickelt. Wir sehen auch die Zielpfade und wir sehen, dass da ein sehr breiter Fächer, ein sehr breites Spektrum aufgemacht wird. Und da gibt es viel zu tun, eher im unteren Bereich dieses Fächers sich anzusiedeln. Die Sustainable Development Goals sind 17 Ziele, die sich die Staatengemeinschaft gesetzt hat, die bis 2030 erreicht werden sollen. 17 Ziele, die mit 231 Indikatoren gemessen werden oder gemessen, gemonitort werden sollen. Ich werde kurz später dann auf die einzelnen Ziele noch eingehen. Zu diesen Sustainable Development Goals, habe ich schon erwähnt, wurden im Global Waste Management Outlook auch Zusammenhänge mit dem Abfallsektor herausgearbeitet. Und hier hat man 5 primäre Ziele definiert, die zum Beispiel der Zugang zur Abfallsammlung für alle sind oder eben ein Ende der wilden Deponierung und des unkontrollierten Verbrennens. Praktiken, die in unseren Breiten Gott sei Dank der Vergangenheit angehören, aber die weltweit ganz massive Auswirkungen haben und eigentlich mehr zur Regel denn zur Ausnahme gehören. Sie sehen hier links die primären Ziele. Sie sehen den Zusammenhang mit den Sustainable Development Goals, sprich das W1, das erste Ziel, das Global Waste Management Ziele, hat Auswirkungen auf das Sustainable Development Goal 11 und 3 und wird gemessen mit den Indikatoren 11.1, 11.6, 11b. Ich spare mir jetzt sozusagen die Detailerläuterung, aber so ist die Logik dieser Darstellung. Zu den primären Zielen in den Global Waste Management Goals gehören auch noch die Ziele 3 und 4 und 5, die darin bestehen, einerseits eine nachhaltige und umweltfreundliche Abfallbehandlung sicherzustellen, andererseits im Bereich der Abfallvermeidung und das Ziel 5 zielt auf eine Reduktion der Lebensmittelabfälle vor allem ab. Sie sehen also, diese 5 primären Ziele haben Auswirkungen auf die Sustainable Development Goals 11, 3, 12 und 2. Wenn wir jetzt die 2 sekundären Ziele noch dazu nehmen, die im Bereich Green Jobs, Integration des informellen Sektors, auch das haben wir schon gehört, beziehungsweise der Abfallreduktion durch den vorbeugenden Umweltschutz im Bereich der industriellen Produktion sich bewegen, dann haben wir 3 weitere Sustainable Development Goals oder Links zu 3 weiteren Sustainable Development Goals und auch dort ist es noch nicht vorbei. Wir haben noch weitere Verknüpfungen zu den Sustainable Development Goals. Letztendlich haben wir mit den 5 Zielen der Global Waste Management Goals Auswirkungen oder Zusammenhänge mit 12 der 17 Sustainable Development Goals, die hier definiert sind. Das heißt, die Abfallwirtschaft hat jedenfalls ganz massive Möglichkeiten, aber auch Notwendigkeiten, sich einzubringen. Die nächsten Folien sollen ein kurzes Blitzlicht über den Stand der Erreichung der Sustainable Development Goals geben. Ich werde jetzt nicht auf jede Folie im Detail eingehen, ich möchte nur ganz grob die Goals, die SDGs sozusagen nennen. Das eine ist zum Beispiel ein Beenden der weltweiten Armut oder ein weltweites Beenden der Armut, Beenden des Hungers oder auch Verbesserung der Gesundheitsvorsorge mit entsprechenden Indikatoren hinterlegt. In all diesen Bereichen hat uns nicht zuletzt auch die Pandemie, die ja letztendlich 2 der 6 Jahre, die schon verstrichen sind, auf dem Zielerreichungspfad, massiv beeinflusst. Also 40% der Zeit, 2015 beschlossen, 2030 sollen sie erreicht sein, die Ziele, Und 2 dieser 6 Jahre, die bisher vergangen sind, sind sozusagen geprägt durch die Pandemie, durch eine weltweite Krise. Und in all diesen 3 Zielen, die ich hier genannt habe, hat sich die Situation verschlechtert, nicht verbessert. Weitere Ziele sind Ausbildung für alle oder Gendergerechtigkeit, auch das Thema Wasserversorgung. Auch in diesen Bereichen hat die Problematik der letzten Jahre zu keiner Verbesserung, sondern zu einer Verschlechterung geführt. Wie gesagt, die Folien werden ja zur Verfügung gestellt, deswegen gehe ich hier nicht auf die einzelnen Details so ein. Auch die Beschäftigungssituation, insbesondere im Bereich oder für die Jugend, hat sich verschlechtert. Auch das ein wichtiger Indikator. Die Ungleichheit im Ländervergleich, auch die Verschärfung der Situation in den Slums, keine Verbesserung, sondern eine Verschärfung. Auch der Ressourcenverbrauch, wenn man jetzt ganz rechts schaut, hat sich von 2000 bis 2017 um 70% erhöht. Also auch das eine wesentliche Verschlechterung. Auch die Klimakrise geht ungebremst voran. Wir haben zwar im Jahr 2020 eine 7%ige Reduktion der Treibhausgase zu verzeichnen gehabt, aber 2021 bereits wird es wieder aufgeholt. Auch die nachhaltige Nutzung der Meere ist momentan nach wie vor nicht gelöst. Auch hier ist noch viel zu tun. Und die letzten 2 SDGs gehen in die Richtung Kinderausbeutung, in die Richtung auch Mittel zur Entwicklungshilfe, die einerseits auf einer Rekordhöhe sind, aber andererseits nur 50% der vereinbarten Ziele ausmachen. Um das zusammenzufassen, ist es so, dass bei 68% der umweltbezogenen Sustainable Development Goals, das wären 93 der Indikatoren, 93 dieser mehr als 230 Indikatoren, bei 68% dieser Indikatoren ist es schwierig, einen Zielpfad oder einen Status zu monitoren aufgrund von Datenlücken, aufgrund fehlender Informationen. So wie es jetzt momentan ausschaut, die aktuellen Trends gehen in die Richtung, dass nur 17% der umweltbezogenen Indikatoren tatsächlich erreicht werden können. Also wesentliche Handlungsbereiche sind hier eben die Datenlücken, die zu füllen, um eine Fortschrittsbeurteilung umzusetzen zu können und natürlich die große Herausforderung im Zuge der negativen Auswirkungen der Pandemie, die hier zu verzeichnen ist. Von den SDGs möchte ich weggehen zum Klimaschutz. Sie sehen hier noch einmal die bekannte Folie. Hier möchte ich mich auf die untere Kurve beziehen. Die untere Kurve zeigt sozusagen die Treibhausgasemissionen. Und wenn wir den Fächer, der von 2020 bis 2040 aufgeht, hier beurteilen, die obere Linie steht sozusagen für eine Erderwärmung von 3 bis 6 Grad Celsius. Das wäre sozusagen das Business-as-usual-Szenario. Die Erwärmung, wenn wir die National Determined Contributions umsetzen können, wie sie jetzt sozusagen am Tisch liegen, liegt bei 2 bis 3 Grad Celsius. Und wenn wir aber die Beiträge der Kreislaufwirtschaft aus der Abfallwirtschaft ergänzen, dann können wir in die Richtung gehen einer klimaneutralen Wirtschaft. Dann liegen wir bei 1,7 Grad Celsius Erwärmung. Das ist ein ganz wesentlicher Punkt, dass die Beiträge der Kreislaufwirtschaft, die Beiträge der Abfallwirtschaft eben noch nicht nicht in den NDCs berücksichtigt sind als zusätzliche Maßnahme zu sehen, aber haben eine sehr große Auswirkung, sehr großes Potenzial. Wenn wir hier sehen, wo kommen die Treibhausgasemissionen her? Wir haben auf der linken Seite die Ressourcen und sehen, dass 65% der Treibhausgase letztendlich über die fossilen Brennstoffe in unsere Anthroposphäre eingebracht werden, 27% aus dem Bereich der Landnutzung. Allein diese 2 Bereiche machen 92% der Treibhausgasemissionen aus, die dann dazu dienen, um gesellschaftliche Bedürfnisse zu decken. Und davon auf der rechten Seite sehen Sie hier den roten Bereich, wäre es einfach einmal die Mobilität mit 29% Beitrag zu den Treibhausgasemissionen, der Gebäudesektor mit 23% und die Ernährung mit 17%. Auch das macht mehr als 2/3 der Treibhausgasemissionen bereits aus. Welche Maßnahmen können wir jetzt setzen? Hier eine Darstellung, die zeigt, dass Maßnahmen im Bereich der Mobilität, im Bereich der Ernährung, der Lebensmittel und im Bereich der Gebäude die wesentlichsten Beiträge leisten können. Das wären quasi diese roten, grünen und blauen, ich nenne es jetzt Warzen. Diese Warzen, einerseits die Höhe dieser Warzen zeigt den Ressourceneinsparung und die Breite zeigt die Reduktion an Treibhausgasemissionen. Alleine diese drei Bereiche haben ein riesiges Potenzial, um Treibhausgasemissionen einzusparen. Und Sie sehen hier eben die einzelnen Maßnahmen. Wie gesagt, auf den Folien werden Sie das dann im Detail noch sich anschauen können. Wir haben jetzt COP26, die Klimakonferenz in Glasgow, und aktuell liegen im National Determined Contributions der internationalen Staatengemeinschaft am Tisch, die bis Anfang Sommer eben eingereicht wurden, die ein Fortschritt im Vergleich zu den bisherigen eingemeldeten Contributions stehen, aber nach wie vor eben nicht den Zielpfad erlauben zu erreichen. Wir sehen hier, dass über das, was jetzt eingemeldet ist, noch viel getan werden muss, um letztendlich einen Zielpfad zu erreichen, der sicherstellt, dass die Erderwärmung unter 2 Grad Celsius liegen wird. Die nächsten 2 Folien sollen ganz kurz grafisch den Zusammenhang zwischen den National Determined Contributions und den Maßnahmen und den Sustainable Development Goals, und zwar einerseits im Bereich der Klimaanpassung und andererseits im Bereich der Reduktion der Treibhausgase darstellen. Je dunkler die Felder sind, desto intensiver ist der Zusammenhang aus den einzelnen NDCs. Wie gesagt, auch das liegt den Folien dann bei. Jetzt möchte ich noch ein paar Minuten auf die direkten Einwirkungen des Abfallsektors verwenden. Einerseits ist festzuhalten, dass die Treibhausgasreduktionsbeiträge des Abfallsektors stark unterschätzt werden. Einerseits müssen wir hier natürlich die Methanemissionen sehen, die wurden schon genannt, aber ganz wesentlich sind auch die Emissionen im Bereich Black Carbon, das letztendlich aus der wilden Verbrennung stammt, beziehungsweise auch die Einsparungen durch das Recycling und die Einsparungen durch Abfallvermeidung, die man hier sehen muss. Wenn man all das zusammenzählt, kann man davon ausgehen, dass der Beitrag der Abfallwirtschaft direkt und auch indirekt sich in einer Größenordnung von 15 bis 20 oder vielleicht sogar mehr Prozenten bewegen kann. Allein im Bereich Black Carbon gibt es Forschungen, die besagen, dass durch Black Carbon Reduktion 2 bis 10% der Treibhausgasemissionen eingespart werden kann. Methan und Black Carbon hat insofern einen ganz speziellen Stellenwert, da sie sogenannte Short-Lived Climate Pollutants sind. Das heißt, die kurzfristige Wirkung über kurze Zeiträume ist wesentlich höher im Vergleich zu CO2. Ja, und wenn man jetzt den zeitlichen Rahmen auf 20 Jahre legt, also in kürzeren Zeitrahmen sieht, dann hat Black Carbon die 900-fache Treibhausrelevanz im Vergleich zu CO2, Methan im Vergleich zu CO2 die 84 oder 86-fache Treibhausrelevanz. Bei einem 20-jährigen Zeithorizont, bei einem 100-jährigen Zeithorizont ist es die 25, aber wenn es jetzt darum geht, dass wir in einem schnellen Zeitraum, in einem kurzen Zeitraum große Einsparungen, große Fortschritte erzielen wollen, dann müssen wir speziell im Bereich dieser Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Aktivitäten setzen und die Abfallwirtschaft mit der Methanreduktion, mit der Reduktion Black Carbon, eben Vermeidung der Deponierung ohne jegliche Vorkehrungen, Vermeidung des Open Burnings, damit können wir wesentliche Beiträge leisten. Allein mit diesen Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Maßnahmen können wir eine Erderwärmung von 0,6 Grad Celsius vermeiden. Die letzte Folie hier zeigt noch in Bezug auf Methan Beiträge auf Regionen bezogen, also welchen Anteil hat hier die Methanemission in einzelnen Regionen. Wir sehen hier, dass der Methananteil aus der Abfallwirtschaft doch ein wesentlicher ist. In all diesen Ländern, nehmen wir China her, das sind es 11,4 Millionen Tonnen von 60, also sprich ein Sechstel der Methanemissionen kommt aus der Abfallwirtschaft. Ich möchte damit zum Schluss kommen und festhalten, dass Klima- und Ressourcenschutz nicht isoliert zu betrachten sind. Die gehen einher. Das ist, glaube ich, ein ganz wesentliches Problem, dass wir in den letzten Jahrzehnten viel zu sehr versucht haben, einzelne Aspekte zu optimieren und das Gesamtsystem zu wenig im Blick gehabt haben. Das ist eine ganz wesentliche Botschaft, die ich senden möchte, dass wir hier mehr das Gesamtsystem sehen müssen. Und wie gesagt, die Abfallwirtschaft hat einen ganz wesentlichen Beitrag zu leisten im Bereich der Treibhausgasreduktion durch Vermeidung, durch Wiederverwendung und durch Recycling. Natürlich ist Vermeidung kein abfallwirtschaftliches Problem. Vermeidung ist ein gesellschaftliches Problem, das weit, weit über die Abfallwirtschaft hinausgeht. Und das muss man auch sehen und auch ansprechen. Und dafür muss man die richtigen Maßnahmen setzen. Mir hat ein Statement von Peter Kurz sehr gut gefallen, wo er auch darauf hingewiesen hat. Kreislaufwirtschaft ist weit mehr als Abfallwirtschaft. Ja, und speziell das Management von Bioabfall und die Vermeidung der offenen Verbrennung spielt eben eine große Rolle im Zusammenhang mit der Vermeidung von Short-Lived Climate Pollutants. Damit möchte ich schließen. Freue mich, dass ich die Möglichkeit gehabt habe, hier einen Beitrag zu leisten. Freue mich, dass wir mit RETech und DGAW gemeinsam, ISWA Germany, gemeinsam auch einen Beitrag auf diesem Weg leisten können und würde mich auch gerne auf die Pausengespräche freuen, darüber zu diskutieren, wie wir hier einzelne Unternehmen, einzelne Beiträge in ISWA-Aktivitäten integrieren können. Herzlichen Dank.
Arne, thank you so much for this compromise presentation. It's a little bit frustrating if you see what we could not have reached globally, and it's very difficult to reach it until 2030. So I believe it's important to take from your presentation, without circular economy, it will probably not work, and this should be emphasized and distributed correspondingly. So we have the possibility to have a discussion. Thomas Obermeier has a question. Hello, Arne. If I have seen it correctly on one slide, Europe has 6.6 million tons of methane emissions and China has 11. I'm a little bit terrified by this. Europe 6.6, so this means this is an enormous demand that we need to do something here in Germany, especially, or in Europe, and that we are not always claiming China. And the methane emission, we have landfilling, but is it also in many sectors methane pseudo-composting? It is taken from a report of the UN, which was published recently. I need to go into the data to be more detailed. Yes, definitely it's lower, but relatively it's even higher compared to China. And to take this example, and for these studies it's always difficult to go into details, but I assume that it goes beyond landfilling the methane quantities here. Okay, thank you very much. This was a great summary of the problems. But I would like to say it in English, if you permit me to make one remark. You have shown the impacts of the pandemics, the sustainable development system. You cannot really these numbers indicate the extent of the problems we have in developing countries today, especially here. And I would like to make a remark with this context. There are DGs who have not succeeded without pandemics, because there are some basic issues about integration policies, implementation of projects, who have not allowed to reach these targets. So this is, the pandemic is not an excuse to say later on that the pandemic, due to the pandemic, we could not do certain things here. Das ist sicherlich richtig. Wir sollten das also hier nicht optimieren. Wir sollten uns das System ansehen und wir sollten keine Entschuldigungen dafür finden. Vielen Dank. Thank you. And a short discussion. So you can also ask our experts here later on in the breaks, and we will have a discussion here later on. Thank you, Arne. I would like to go to the second presentation. It takes a longer time, and 30 minutes approximately. So there is a lot of European subjects are in it, which problems we need to tackle.
A very good day to everybody. And thank you for this invitation to the organizers. I would have loved to be with you in person in Berlin.
Hallo, ich wäre jetzt gerne dabei. So I'm very happy that Bettina Lorz is here, that she's senior expert of environment of the European Commission. She has been working as an official, so she knows the business, and she's especially responsible for waste management since 2015. She's going to report on the situation of waste management and also with the preview of the biological waste management in the EU, how to streamline it, how to organize it. There are a lot of things to be done, and beyond this background, I'm very happy that we can listen to the presentation. You don't need to become nervous. The second block will be shorter, but the coffee break will have a short delay, and later on we will also listen to the presentation of Mrs. Dube.
A very good day to everybody. And thank you for this invitation to the organizers. I would have loved to be with you in person in Berlin, but in the current circumstances, like many, it has turned out impossible for me in the end. So I'm grateful to have been given the opportunity to share with you some elements of how we in the EU approach waste management, and more particularly the management of bio-waste, in the context of our efforts to establish what we called a circular economy. This presentation is about the EU context and the policy tools that we have set up, or which we are setting up, to deal with an issue that is one of the many challenges for decision makers and policy makers committed to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, as they are set out in the 2030 agenda. These days, all eyes are turned towards COP26, rightly so, and many connections exist with climate change. Speaking about it would fill a whole presentation, and I leave it to others to do so. However, I would like to share with you at the beginning a recently released report of the secretariats of the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm and the Minamata Conventions, which exactly points out the interlinkages and the potential for coordinated action between chemicals, waste and climate change. So this is for some reading after the conference. This will be neither a very technical presentation, and I'm sure you will go much more into depth in the course of that conference. But I would like to give you some insights into the EU's vision and policy approach, aiming to establish the EU as a climate-neutral bloc by 2050, by which time we protect our natural capital and live in a zero-pollution environment. This is the vision. This is all enshrined in the so-called European Green Deal, which was presented in December 2019, at the very early days of the current Commission led by Ursula von der Leyen. The Green Deal lays the foundations in relation to climate change for the Agenda Fit for 55, the climate and energy package the Commission delivered on the 14th of July, and which, among other things, includes a reform of the emissions trading scheme and higher targets for renewable energy and energy efficiency. The Green Deal is, however, much more than only climate change. Or maybe it is about many other things, the many other things which we need to help to stop climate change, from biodiversity and forests to agriculture, food, green cities, and very near to the top of it, establishing a circular economy. It's a deal for cutting emissions and pollution and protecting natural capital, but it's also a deal for creating jobs and boosting innovation. The Green Deal offers a broad roadmap and has 50 sub-actions to be completed by the middle of the century. Waste prevention is highlighted as one priority, and there are many other initiatives relating to waste management which are mentioned in the Green Deal. Under the heading of Clean and Circular Economy, increasing the EU's climate ambition, also zero pollution action, or strategies such as Farm to Fork and one on biodiversity. I will come to it in more detail, but I would like to start with the Circular Economy Action Plan, which is one of the main building blocks of the European Green Deal. It has been adopted by the Commission in March 2020, and the plan is to reduce our consumption footprint and double the circular material use rate in the space of 10 years. We want to prevent waste from happening in the first place, and therefore make sustainable products and services the normal way of doing business. For products, this will mean reconsidering their whole life cycle. It means rethinking design, production and consumption, building in the possibility of repair, reuse and recycling from the very start of the process. It also means empowering consumers and public buyers. The Circular Economy Action Plan identified 7 product value chains where the potential for improvement is particularly high.
Und das sind Initiativen für Textile, Gebäude, elektronische Gebäude, Plastik, Verpackungsprodukte, Wasser und Ernährung. Und wir entwerfen ein Framework für nachhaltige Produkte. Das sind insbesondere alle Produkte, die hier aufgeführt sind. Dieser Aktionsplan wird durchgeführt mit unterschiedlichen Instrumenten, Gesetze, Finanzmaßnahmen, Unterstützungen und auch wissensbasierte Maßnahmen. Das bedeutet auch hier die Recyclingmaßnahmen. Umweltpolitik ist ein wichtiger Punkt für diesen Aktionsplan. Der Management wird betrachtet als wichtiger Entwicklungsblock in der zirkulären Wirtschaft. Insbesondere die Vermeidung von Abfall ist die erste Priorität, die hier gesetzt wird. Und die zirkuläre Wirtschaft und der Aktionsplan und auch Vorschläge für spezifische komplexe Abfallströme gehen unterschiedliche Wege für die Abfuhr, Müllabfuhr und auch die Durchführung in Bezug auf die Voraussetzungen für mehr Verantwortung, die von den Produzenten übernommen wird. Größere Verantwortung für die wird dargestellt in der EU, Waste in den Gesetzen, und wir modernisieren weiterhin unsere Gesetze und unsere Regulatorien dazu, und auch was natürlich Transport von Abfall betrifft, die Abfuhr betrifft, die Abfuhrsysteme, die Sammlungssysteme innerhalb der EU und auch die Einführung und die Reduzierung von Umwelt- und Gesundheitswirkungen, Auswirkungen. Spezifischerweise, was den Umweltverschmutzung betrifft, sind die gesetzlichen Maßnahmen, um sozusagen legislative Instrumente einzuführen. Das heißt, es gibt hier verschiedene Definitionen. Grundsätzlich, wir haben Gesetzgebung über Müllabfuhren, über Mülldeponien, und auf der anderen Seite im zweiten Fall haben wir bestimmte Gesetzgebung mit bestimmten Prioritäten für Abfallströmungen. Die grüne Gesetze, das heißt, wir reduzieren innerhalb der nächsten Zeit elektronische Umwelt, und unsere Regulatorien werden entsprechend aufgestellt. Wir haben chemische Verbindungen aufgestellt, chemische Abfall für organische Verschmutzung. Es gab hier Gesetzgebung über eine sogenannte delegiertes Gesetz, PCB, und natürlich Einschränkungen für gefährliche Stoffe in der Elektronik. Lassen Sie mich bitte einige Zahlen präsentieren. Wir sprechen über die EU, und 500 Millionen Menschen innerhalb der EU im Durchschnitt verschmutzen eine halbe Tonne von Haushaltsabfall im Durchschnitt pro halbes Jahr. Das nennen wir Municipal Waste. Und das ist
Waste generated from manufacturing. 360 million tons, construction, where it's 900 million tons, and water supply and energy production generate another 95 million tons of waste. Altogether, the European Union produces up to 3 billion tons of waste every year. Evidently, and I don't tell you anything you don't know, all this waste has a huge impact on the environment, causing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change, as well as significant losses of materials. This is a particular problem for the EU, which is highly dependent on the import of raw materials. Now, since the early days, EU waste management policy aims to reduce the environment and health impacts of waste and improve Europe's resource efficiency to ensure sustainable growth. The aim is to achieve much higher levels of recycling and to minimize the extraction of additional natural. This means what we say, moving up the so-called waste hierarchy. So the highest step of the waste hierarchy, when you look at this pyramid, is evidently prevention. Good waste management begins with preventing waste being produced in the first place. And then priority should be given to reuse, then recycling and energy recovery. Before, lastly, an object is otherwise recovered, incinerated, or disposed into landfills. Disposal into landfills is the least desirable option because of the many potential adverse impacts it has, such as, we spoke about it, this production and release of greenhouse gases, methane, where globally greenhouse gas emissions from the waste sector contributed to the order of 2.9% of the emissions in 2010, or this corresponds to 1.4 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. EU waste legislation has been quite fundamentally reformed with what we call the 2018 waste package. This was part of the first action plan on circular economy. And it is based on a reform of the Waste Framework Directive, but also a good number of the other directives I mentioned before, in particular landfilling and also packaging waste. In a nutshell, the new rules, which are from 2018, but were to be implemented by the member states in 2020, started to be in 2020, include ambitious recycling and landfill reduction targets. So, for instance, the recycling targets for municipal waste will gradually move up for a target from 50% in 2020 up to 65% in 2035. Member states will have to reduce the landfilling of municipal waste to maximum of 10% also in 2035. And on packaging waste, we have higher recycling rates, which are 70% for packaging waste as a whole, and differently according to the different materials. I don't go into more detail on this. Importantly, in this legislation are also reinforced waste prevention measures to the member states and rules on separate collection of waste, as much as common requirements for how extended producer responsibility has to be shaped, how the schemes have to be made up in terms of transparency, accountability, and lastly, cost coverage. I will go into more detail in some of those, and these related to bio-waste. Now, bio-waste in European circular economy and waste policies increasingly address bio-waste indeed, and mainly food and garden waste as one of several key waste streams. And this is evident. Bio-waste accounts for more than 34% of the municipal solid waste generated in the EU, which are 86 million tons in 2017 in the then EU 28 member states. Beyond bio-waste prevention, bio-waste also has an important role in a circular economy as a source of valuable secondary resources. For example, soil improving material or fertilizer, as well as biogas, a source of renewable energy. Again, I will come to this. Now, a big part of bio-waste is indeed food waste. And here, the farm to fork strategy is another deliverable of the European Union's Green Deal from 2019. And among other things, it will reinforce initiatives on food waste prevention. Across the EU, 88 million tons, which is 173 kilograms per person, of food is wasted every year along the entire food value chain. And this is 20% of all the food produced. Now, it is clear that this has a lot of impact, not the least in CO2 equivalents. And food waste along all the steps of the life cycle accounts for at least 227 million tons of CO2 equivalents a year. And that is about 6% of total EU emissions in 2012. The farm to fork strategy lay, among other things related to food production and consumption, lay out various actions in order to prevent food waste, which is to stimulate sustainable food consumption, promote circular and sustainable bioeconomy business models, including specific measures for SMEs, and look at further actions to reduce food waste or transform this into valuable products. But there are also related obligations under the new Waste Framework Directive. You have a number of targets under the new Waste Framework Directive which directly relate to bio-waste. Firstly, as a bio-waste accounts for 30% of the municipal solid waste generated, it is clear that recycling bio-waste is crucial for meeting the EU recycling targets for municipal waste. Additionally, by end of 2023, the member states have the obligation to establish proper separate collection systems for bio-waste and to adopt the corresponding infrastructure for bio-waste treatment. Once a separate collection is properly implemented, the system should provide a clean stream of biodegradable material to turn into resource via composting and/or anaerobic digestion. I also mentioned that about 60% of bio-waste is food waste. At this respect, member states under the new Waste Framework Directive are required to reduce the generation of food waste in primary production, processing and manufacturing, in retail and other distribution of food, in restaurants and food services as well as in households to contribute to the SDG goal of 50% reduction of food waste per capita at the retail and consumer levels by 2030. In order to be able to reduce food waste, you have to have good reference framework for measuring it. And this is why the Commission adopted a food waste measurement methodology to allow the member states to establish data on food waste at EU level. On this basis, it will consider the feasibility of establishing an EU-wide food waste reduction target to be met by 2030. But before this, member states are to have a food waste prevention program. The revised legislation establishes a food waste prevention hierarchy, and the Commission published guidelines to support the member states' implementation of related actions. If we manage to reduce food waste and to collect the bio-waste separately, it will contribute to reducing also the cost of treatment of mixed municipal waste, as soon as the biodegradable fraction will be no longer part of it. More specifically, also under the new Waste Framework Directive from January 2027, only such bio-waste that has been separately collected or separated at source shall be taken into account when it comes to calculating the recycling targets on municipal waste. This means that the bio-waste fraction of mixed waste cannot be counted towards reaching the national recycling targets on municipal waste from that date onwards. This will also go along with an obligation to set up measures to encourage the recycling, including composting and digestion of bio-waste, in a way that fulfills a high level of environment protection and results in output which meets relevant high-quality standards. It will also go along with the requirement to set up measures to encourage home composting and to promote the use of materials produced from bio-waste. By 31st December 2024, the Commission is to consider the setting of separate recycling targets for municipal bio-waste. Also, the Landfill Directive has relevant provisions relating to bio-waste. Member states shall take the necessary measures to ensure that by 2035, the amount of municipal waste landfilled is reduced to 10% or less of the total amount of municipal waste generated by weight. And these targets, like the recycling targets, are unlikely to be met without proper management of bio-waste. Already from July 2016, biodegradable municipal waste going to landfill was to be reduced to 35% as compared to 1995 levels. And there is also a ban on the landfilling of any separately collected waste, including bio-waste, for recycling and preparation for reuse. So this separately collected waste cannot be landfilled. The waste is also to be pre-treated adequately before it is landfilled. And this has been clarified by a famous ruling of the European Court of Justice, the so-called Malacotta case, but without compromising the waste hierarchy and the recycling targets I mentioned before. I already spoke of the separate collection, which is one of the requirements of the revised Waste Framework Directive. And in particular, in relation to bio-waste, it is clear that separate collection has a fundamental importance to using bio-waste as a resource in a circular way. Collecting bio-waste separately from other municipal waste enables a high-quality recycling for the waste, bio-waste as a valuable secondary resource, such as soil improvers, organic fertilizers, and biogas. And it keeps the level of impurities and contamination down as far as is possible. Member states have the obligation to ensure that recycling of bio-waste results in output which meets relevant high-quality standards. Such quality standards and quality assurance processes for compost, digestate, fertilizers, and soil improvers will help to build trust in them, and they are an integral part of a good bio-waste management system. And also, member states have the obligation to ensure that the recycling of bio-waste fulfills a high level of environment protection, which means that when closing the circle of organic matter, we need to ensure that we do not in that process contaminate the environment, soil, air, and water. Bio-waste has certainly an enormous resource potential to contribute to healthy soils. However, it is important to ensure that any fertilizers we place on soil are of such a high quality that they do not degrade and harm the soil, which in turn would also impact human health. This is, of course, to be avoided. An example in this is also plastics. Plastics need to be prevented from entering bio-waste. A high proportion of bio-waste still ends up in the mixed waste that is landfilled or incinerated, even in many countries with well-established separate collection schemes. Plastic consumer products, which are labeled as compostable or biodegradable, without corresponding standards against which this is tested, instructions and corresponding infrastructure, risk contamination of bio-waste and increase the cost of treatment. So to go on, I would just like to show you some statistic on the current situation of bio-waste collection rates in 32 European countries, so not only EU. And we can see from that about 50% of the municipal bio-waste generated is collected separately in the countries that provided data. The remaining 50% of municipal bio-waste is collected with residual, so with mixed waste. And a separate collection rate, as you can see, varies from 80% or more in member states like Austria, Slovenia, to less than 10% in what are EU member states like Cyprus, Portugal, Spain, but also our third countries examined, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and Turkey. This shows, of course, that at an individual country level, there remains ample room for improvement. Consolidated data on the trends in the separate collection of bio-waste across Europe are not yet available. However, the amount of municipal waste that is composted or anaerobically digested, which might include some mixed waste treated in mechanical biological treatment plants, increased by 52% in the period of 2004 to 2018. Now, you will certainly speak more about it in the course of this conference. And these are some of what has been identified as the key factors for successful systems for separate bio-waste collection and management. Generally, it can be said that the implementation of a successful system for separate bio-waste collection and management requires a comprehensive strategy, taking into account the local circumstances. There are key factors which play an important role, and these are, of course, differentiation according to the bio-waste types targeted, for example, food waste, garden waste, or other bio-waste. Some regions might need more focus on specific types of municipal bio-waste, for example, food waste in cities. Clear, measurable, and achievable set of objectives is to be set out. Selection of collection system. So various systems have solutions are possible, including door-to-door systems, drop-off points in the streets, civic amenity sites, on-demand collection. Economic incentives are offered to separately collect bio-waste to ensure good quality, for example, pay-as-you-throw systems. Also mechanisms that make municipalities responsible for their role in possibly not contributing their share towards waste management targets. So they should be held accountable if they are not ensuring separate collection. A treatment infrastructure for bio-waste is to be created, and the direction towards waste treatment has to be ensured. Separately collected bio-waste can be directed to treatment installations at community or more centralized level. Financial details are to be considered. What costs will be accounted for by which parties, and what kind of revenue scheme will be applied. For example, do citizens contribute or not? The administration of the scheme has to be decided upon. A successful separate bio-waste collection system required detailed planning and design involving municipalities or local governments. The targeted territory is to be shaped, for example, taking into account local parameters like the population density, ratio of tourists to residents, presence of hospitals, schools, hotels, restaurants, and so forth, and the presence possibly of urban gardens. And last but not least, awareness raising. Separate collection systems will require good publicity and knowledge transfer to citizens to guarantee proper separation at source, including, for example, targeting schools. This is one of the key recommendations arising from a review of successful separate bio-waste collection systems. Awareness raising should be combined with creating a positive image of the waste management authority or company. This is particularly important when a new separate collection system is introduced. So it becomes evident that any national strategy should ensure that it is custom-made to take into account the needs and differences between the regions and the municipalities, and of course the costs involved. The system should ensure that the demand and supply of bio-waste, also across regions, are in harmony, and to envisage regulatory measures and standards for compost to regulate the quality, and extensive outreach to the farming community and households to encourage their uptake. But I said, I'm sure that you will go into much more detail of all of this in the course of the next 2 days. Now, let me say finally some words about preferred options to treat bio-waste. Well, first of all, waste prevention is clearly environmentally most preferable option. Once bio-waste is generated, however, it should be managed in line with the waste hierarchy, which I presented before and which you all are certainly very much aware of. The bio-waste treatment technology, which allows the highest exploitation of material and energy, is generally the preferable environmental option. The most common treatment methods for separately collected food or bio-waste, in line with circular economy principles, are anaerobic digestion and composting, which is aerobic digestion. There was a Commission communication on the role of waste to energy in the circular economy in 2017, and which pointed out that anaerobic digestion is an attractive and optimal option to treat biodegradable waste while keeping it away from landfill sites. For instance, diverting 1 ton of biodegradable waste from a landfill towards anaerobic digestion to produce biogas and fertilizers can prevent up to 2 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions. Member states, however, are to implement according to the local situation. They should provide, the competent authorities should provide on a case-by-case basis what is the best available technology that can extract more materials and/or energy from biowaste with a minimum environmental and climate impact possible. This is confirmed by a life cycle analysis, which has been carried out by the European Commission's Joint Research Center, and which identified a hierarchy of options for biowaste. And you find here the link on the slide to enter into more detail. In relation to the EU recycling target, there are some words to be said also. And this is anaerobic digestion of food and biowaste recovers both material and energy. And so it can count as recycling as long as the digestate is turned into a useful fertilizer that has a market. In which case this counts as recycling, in which case it can be accounted towards the EU targets. Transforming waste into products, materials and substances such as plastic polymers, lubricants or solvents is fully consistent with the definition of recycling. On the other hand, the reprocessing of waste to produce energy or fuel, only energy or fuel is excluded from the definition of recycling in EU law, as it is considered as energy recovery, and therefore it cannot be counted towards national recycling targets. I should also mention, and this is not on the slide, but well, that we have some powerful examples in the EU of best practice on bio-waste and circular economy. And I'm sure that also some of those might come up in the course of this conference. For example, since 2014, we like to cite the city of Milan, which has almost reached 100% collection of food and organic waste, providing an average of 120,000 tons of biodegradable waste per year. At full capacity, the city biogas plant should produce enough energy to supply electricity to 24,000 people in a year, and it yields 14,400 tons of fertilizer. This is one example of circular economy and energy union working together. Since this energy can replace fossil fuels, thus help decarbonize our economy. Renewable energy from anaerobic digestion, which substitutes fossil fuels, is in line with the energy union and climate change objectives. Let me just say some words, last words on the next steps in the EU legislative efforts. And this is, we will focus on the separate collection of waste. The Commission will deepen its work on the separate collection. We have undertaken a study to draw up guidance on separate collection of municipal waste. This was done by an external consultant, and here again you find the reference on the slide. And also the European Environment Agency has issued a report on biowaste in Europe, which was published in June 2020, and where also important aspects of separate collection are identified. Recognizing that there are, however, diverging levels of implementation in the member states and also diverging policies, the Commission commits to assess the feasibility of setting up an EU reference model, possibly harmonizing separate waste collection systems, and to come forward with a related initiative. This is planned for the next year, 2022. There will be a proposal to identify good practices and develop minimum harmonized rules for efficient separate collection systems in terms of infrastructure, operational aspects, economic instruments, communication and legal aspects, as well as quality standards. And we will also address what are the most effective combinations of separate collection models, possibly addressing density and accessibility of separate collection points, including in public spaces, taking account of regional and local conditions. Other aspects will be addressed, and so in particular facilitating consumer involvement in correctly separating waste, such as common bin colors, EU-wide labeling that facilitates the correct separation of packaging waste at source, product labels, information campaigns, and economic instruments. We will start with considering this already for packaging in the current ongoing review of the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive. This new phase will include an extensive consultation with member states and relevant stakeholders in the next months. We therefore look forward to hearing your views and those of all the stakeholders in the EU, and will invite for suggestions and involvement during that phase. And with this, pointing to some work underway within the EU, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present these elements of the EU policy on biowaste against the context of the circular economy and the Green Deal. And you can find more on it on the websites which are given in this slide. I wish you a very good and successful continuation of the conference, and I'm sure that I will hear more about it. Thank you.
Ja, leider kann Frau Lorz nicht persönlich dabei sein, auch nicht zugeschaltet sein, sodass die Diskussion an diesem Punkt entfällt. Aber ich glaube, es war ein sehr guter, strukturierter, informativer Vortrag, um das ganze Thema der Abfallwirtschaft in der EU und die geplanten Schritte mit Bezug zu den biogenen Fraktionen systematisch darzustellen. Und die Folien werden natürlich auch im Nachgang zur Verfügung gestellt. Sie brauchen nicht nervös werden. Eigentlich sind wir schon 3 Minuten in der Pause. Die erste Pause verschiebt sich aber um 30 Minuten nach hinten. Dafür ist der nächste Block nicht 90 Minuten, sondern nur 60 Minuten lang. Also dann sind wir danach wieder im Plan. Und für den letzten Vortrag im Auftaktblock freue ich mich ganz besonders, dass Frau Dr. Dube hier bei uns ist. Sie ist Leiterin der Abteilung für Wasserwirtschaft, Ressourcenschutz und Anpassung an den Klimawandel im BMU und hat auch einen interessanten Lebenslauf. Wir haben mal das Gleiche studiert, hier an der TU Berlin, technischer Umweltschutz. Dann war sie lange Zeit in der Umweltbehörde in Hamburg, in 2 Etappen, über 20 Jahre, hat die internationale Erfahrung insbesondere in Indien gesammelt, hat dort das Programm der GIZ geleitet und vor dem Hintergrund ist sie genau die Richtige, um uns jetzt mal hier in Deutschland einzuführen, was wir so alles noch machen müssen. Weil ich habe jetzt gelernt, ich habe noch eine ältere Folie, die ist morgen in meiner Präsentation, ungefähr die Hälfte des Bioabfalls landet in der EU noch auf der Deponie und unsere eigenen und auch die Restmüllsortierung von anderen zeigen immer, dass wir in Deutschland auch mal schnell 40% Bioabfall noch im Restmüll haben. Also wir brauchen nicht nur auf andere zu zeigen, sondern müssen auch noch unsere eigenen Hausaufgaben machen. So, jetzt mache ich aber Platz und dann können Sie loslegen.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Ich gucke jetzt mal kurz auf die Technik. Hiermit kann ich ja das machen. Okay, alles klar. Die German RETech Partnership feiert ja in diesem Jahr ihr 10-jähriges Bestehen. Das Jubiläum bietet die Gelegenheit für einen Blick zurück auf erreichte Erfolge und einen Blick voraus auf neue Herausforderungen und mögliche Lösungen. Die diesjährige internationale Konferenz steht unter dem Leitthema der Sammlung und Verwertung biogener Abfälle mit Blick auf den Klima- und Ressourcenschutz. Geht das? Ja. Ich freue mich, dass dieser Abfallstrom diesmal im Mittelpunkt steht. Denn nicht nur in Deutschland, auch international sind biogene Abfälle von ganz besonderer Bedeutung. Für biogene Abfälle gilt, was für alle Abfälle gilt. Wenn wir den nachfolgenden Generationen eine bewohnbare Erde hinterlassen wollen, können wir nicht weitermachen wie bisher. Wir müssen unser Leben ressourceneffizient und klimaneutral gestalten. Und wir stehen vor der Frage, wie wir das nun wirklich praktisch machen. Das haben wir ja eben im Vortrag von Frau Lorz sehr eindeutig mitbekommen, wie schwierig das ist, die Dinge wirklich runterzubringen. Voraussetzung für eine ressourceneffiziente und klimaneutrale Umwelt ist die Verwirklichung einer modernen Kreislaufwirtschaft. Diese setzt voraus, dass die anfallenden Abfallströme getrennt und möglichst sortenrein erfasst und hochwertig verwertet werden. Dabei geht es nicht nur darum, andere Abfallströme von biogenen Verunreinigungen sozusagen freizuhalten. Nein, und auch das haben wir heute schon mehrfach gehört, Bioabfall in sich ist eine große Ressource. Auf europäischer Ebene beschreibt der European Green Deal und der Circular Economy Action Plan neue Handlungsräume, wie zum Beispiel das Schließen von Stoffkreisläufen. Diese sollten wir ausfüllen und wir sollten es gemeinsam tun. Wir wissen aus eigener Erfahrung in Deutschland, dass die Wertstoffanteile bei der getrennten Abfallsammlung gesteigert werden können. So werden mehr Wertstoffe stofflich verwertet. Das ist ressourcenschonender als die sonst üblichen.
Saving our resources than compared to the incineration and energy reutilization. But to make it more clear, our ambitious targets without any consistent protection of resources cannot be reached, definitely. So bio-waste is of essential economic importance. 30% of the municipal waste is bio-waste. So bio-waste is by this the biggest separated waste stream here. Also in the EU, it's the biggest individual fraction in the revenues here. And in 2017, 86 tons. And worldwide, the share of organic components in overall waste is more than 50%. It's even higher. In Germany, biogenic waste since 2015 needs to be separated and needs to be used in high qualities. This led to a higher share of the overall waste. So the potential here for us has not been exploited yet. So the bioton is not used in the whole Federal Republic of Germany without any gaps. You see this on this depiction, the German landscape, and you see the gaps here, the white spots. So the formal area covering could not be reached. A lot of bio-wastes are going into the residuals, and in the biotons a lot of different substances can be found. With our regulatory standards we could reach a lot. The collection behavior has improved during the last years. 2020 published big study of the Environmental Authority for Analysis of Residues in overall Germany shows that private households altogether have less residual waste than before. And the second insight of this study is unfortunately that a lot of bio waste is going into the tons. So the content of the residual tons is 40%. It's consisting of biogenic waste, which is much too high. Even there where we offer the bioton, there are essential shares which are disposed by the residual waste ton. So in Germany, each citizen 128 kilogram is going to be given into the bioresidual ton. 50 tons of biogenic waste, especially nutrition and kitchen residues. Kitchen waste, 50 gram of biogenic waste, which is not being made available to a material reutilization. Sorting of the bio waste successively is basically not possible as a waste. Only the thermal utilization is made available. So another problem here which we need to face is the sorting, the purity as far as sorting is concerned. In the bioton there's a lot of plastics, especially packaging of food and other external substances. They need to be reused again before a biological utilization can be made, because plastics should not have anything to do in fertilizers and soil utilization materials. You see in Germany compared to other countries, in the UE we were at the 4th place. We have a huge amount and we need to do a lot here. So the approach here for the increase of quality and quantity of bio, this is a behavior control by means of information and motivation. This is an important component, especially the municipal waste consultancy, and the fee structure is very important. A lot of municipalities, they take fees for residual waste or small fees for bio waste. This is the big controversy here. I'm personally very much convinced, although we are very proud that we could strengthen the waste advisories and consultation here. In the end, we are human beings, and the question is how to motivate this change of behavior. We have not solved it, definitely, as far as motivation is concerned. So we are in a situation where the density of urban development, we see it by our ambitious construction of residential parts in Germany. When I see it in big cities, what is developed and structured and constructed, we need to admit that we have anonymized and denser living situations here, and there is the lack of, and you know this, everybody knows of, there is a small, there's the lack of social control that the right waste gets into the right ton. So I think this requires new replies for the system of bio-waste collection. I would like to say something about this later. Because actually the municipalities also have an economic interest in an extensive and clean and structured separation of bio-waste. Bio-waste can be without any residues and can be reused entirely. Good recycling of bio-waste can also discharge the waste economy. So bio-waste is not only a recycling, as it does not only have a record potential, it also has an enormous climate damaging potential. So biogenic waste, which are left, are the biggest emittent of climate damaging methane worldwide. We could listen to this. Central target need to be to reduce landfilling of bio waste. This includes that worldwide the landfilling of unprepared municipal waste will be ended in the near future. We could see that the target is until 2035. From our perspective, it's a long time, and I hope probably you could also listen to this in the news that in Glasgow, after the methane emission pact was made, some impetus was taken out. So in Germany in 2005, from the untreated materials, we left this behind us. So since then, the emissions of climate damaging gases was strongly declining, and measured on the reference year 1919, it's only 1/4 or 1% of the entire emission in Germany. And here we need to become better. We had the big target here until 2030, the methane emission from old landfills, to decline it by a half, in order to improve the situation and to decline the figures here. So this prohibition could only be made successfully because parallel we had treatment plants which we continuously develop. So bio-waste here will be elaborated into high-quality compost, and the compost is used as fertilizer in the agriculture or gardening agriculture sector, so that climate-damaging fuels are saved here. So compost also has soil-improving qualities, so which improve the soil structure and the water. And additionally, the soil waste before composting can be used in fermentized, and methane can be produced in closed systems, and the one methane will be used for energy production and substitutes fossil fuels. So I would like to get to the result. Recycled bio-waste is unique. It does not only offer a quotation for resource cooling, but also for active climate protection. But for the collection and structured sorting, we need to be better. We need to improve, and we can do this by creativity and interdisciplinary working, because the cities of tomorrow will be more dense and more anonymous. And this means a creative challenge for the residential economy, for the city planning, for climate activists, and protection of the climate, and for the climate economy itself. And I would like to wish that in 5 years after, there is a certain time of creativity, new technologies which are being used. I can also imagine digitalization and artificial intelligence. If we have succeeded to have a separated collection of bio-waste to clearly improve the situation, that it's worthwhile to talk about biogenic waste and talk about it again. So I would like to close my presentation and thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mrs. Dube. Thank you very much for the presentation, and where we're talking about the global and the European Union, and that in Germany there are still some homework to do. Are there any questions, any comments? So we are consulting some municipalities concerning this subject, and it's very difficult to work together with the municipalities about these subjects for biogenic waste, for the separation of bio-waste. So there's a question, how can we talk with the municipalities about this? Do you mean at national or international level? I'm talking about national level, or so in Germany, they should really keep the laws. So you need to say, okay, the situation is not black-white, so we are having intensive events with municipal consultants here, and there's a high motivation to bring in good ideas, and we were talking about the subject in the circular economy, but we were strengthening it. Despite of that, the municipalities have a problem to work with a lot of things which they have to do, and basically in such a municipality, I don't want to talk about the state, but the city, if there are any congestion rooms, a lot of players work together here. So I was consciously talking about residential economy. Without the residential economy, we will not make it. So I don't talk about any social situation or social problems or social housing here. So you need to have a look at the high prices of the constructions and structures anywhere, the developments. Everybody knows that without social control, it's not possible. And that what somebody learned, or the other probably will learn, and it will never stop. So we need to continue here. We need to increase our awareness, and we need some very good ideas, definitely, to convince the people and to take up the people, to motivate the people. So that's the reason why we want to talk with the housing industry, and this will be a key for the situation. And also the municipalities need to continue to do this, talk with the housing companies, and creative players need to come together, otherwise it will not be possible. Thank you so much, Armin and Michael. So I had the same question. So how will the Ministry for Environment reach that the separated collection will be introduced? And you were telling that it's very important for very dense areas to describe how to collect the waste, how to store the waste with all the aspects, noise, and all the problems connected to it. I can really understand it. And I can also understand the discussion that the bioton will be replaced, that at the collection point I give you the opportunity to collect my house, but which will not include that I get the biogenic freight consisting out of nutrition, but by gardening waste and so on. So if I have a look at the map, and in this distribution it was not introduced, and especially in congested area. This was only rural areas, which has not a connection to bioton. So which possibilities do you have as the Ministry for Environment, that the covering waste situations will be kept? So we are exchanging information and ideas with the states. Brandenburg is an example. So they are doing this, definitely. We are having intensive talks, and something is happening here, definitely. So I would like to be very careful here. We could see it with Mrs. Lorz. There is a statistic, and it says we have introduced something. It does not mean that we have reusable waste streams here. And even if this map would have been complete, we still have a problem here in Germany, because we cannot clearly separate the source. We have 40% of bio waste in our residual tons and residual waste tons. So I'm not so much concerned about the overall situation, but I'm really concerned about how we motivate the people and how we can build up a social control here. So as we are talking about rural areas, it's difficult because you need to go long distances here with lorries, and in the cities there are the contaminations of places and spots. But there's also a housing company in Rostock who knows that there are certain blocks where things are collected, brought into incineration, because 20% of external materials are in it. So I can say a word. It's I have an apartment in Bonn, and I live in a residential settlement, and a private housing company starting with V. And there are no bio tons, but Bonn is connected. And when I was asking where's the bioton, I got two answers from a neighbor. She said, okay, this is not possible here. And I asked the facility manager, and he said, okay, maybe you need to talk. Okay, we don't know. So the housing industry, from my point of view, a group, a lobby with which you need to talk. And I think this is a good idea, Michael. I wanted to say that we are constructing compost plants, and I would like to point out that we also need, if we have contamination, we have organics which are contaminated and we want to separate them, there are high quality standards which we need to observe for the material of technical requirements which we need to fulfill, but we also need a location if I have any contaminants here, and I need to know where to go with the substances, with the material. We need place. It's important that we don't only have substances which we separate. So really we should talk about these facilities. So what do I do if it is ecologically not reasonable here to purify the organic material, because the expenditure for the purification is a little bit difficult here. So these are very important subjects, and we are deviating a little bit from the quality standards, because it's nice to say we need pure compost, highest quality standards here, but we also need to talk about average qualities here. What do I do with the average qualities? They need to get somewhere. If there is a solution, what you can do with them, even if they are there, which can be provided at a place where it's reasonable, something we need here, because by the high quality compost which are used everywhere, it's good, but it will also there will be the average and the contaminated compost situation, and there will be not 100% pure organic waste. I can't believe this, and so these we need to talk about these recesses, these locations. It's an important responsibility to talk about them in the regulations, which need to be responsible and which need to be seen as or regarded as a standard. Otherwise, it will come to combustion, and that's not what we want to have. So this was a remark. Do you expect a reply? Thank you very much. So this was not the point which I was going to mention. So here in the area in Hamburg connected, I could see that we made a survey with 1,200 households. We called it Future Waste, to find out how is the behavior here as far going beyond the age groups, education, and so on district level and city level, especially for bio-waste. And I can tell you it was terrifying. So we were thinking, okay, the future of waste, the young people, everything is great. It's not true. The only ones who had an awareness were we old experts, older than 60 years. We said it's important that we need to fight against the waste of nutrition and food, separated waste systems, but the young people were quite indifferent here. So the only disadvantage if I fly less or eat less food, eat less meat, but bio-separation, bio-waste, it was at the lower limit for them. So it was a little bit surprising for us in a region which has been participating in bio-waste collection for more than 10 years. So for me, it means not only the housing economy, we need to do more in education, more in the schools, in the kindergarten, in order, because for young people, bio-waste, for me personally, it was quite difficult to understand why it is like this. That's why I said we learn individually. We don't have a collective intelligence, so anything needs to be learned by each individual separately. Thank you very much. So we are not on schedule. We made the entry from global over Europe to Germany, and in half an hour, at 1:30 3:30 we'll go on with an hour delay, and we start with interesting videos about Greece, Russia, and China, where there are a lot of biogenic waste and approaches how to deal with it. Use your time to get some more refreshment. Thank you.
Many countries in sub-Saharan Africa are suffering from fast-growing amounts of waste. Reasons for that are a lack of necessary waste management infrastructure as well as applied know-how. The quality of life of the population and the emissions into the environment worldwide depend on a functioning waste management and recycling system. We provide sustainable waste management and recycling solutions as one core element of circular economy. Part of Nielsen Group, one of the largest waste management and recycling companies in Germany, have access to our company operational knowledge and expertise and to our great business network. In our projects, we transfer this knowledge and expertise to our local clients and partners and support them in being successful. Our actions will lead to immediate and significant improvements. We always do this with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in mind.
Englisch ist belegt.
Ah, okay.
Das siehst du bei dir
ja,
auch.
Ja, stimmt. Okay, da kann man
Und wenn,
gucken, ja?
und wenn
Many countries in sub-Saharan Africa are suffering from fast-growing amounts of waste. Reasons for that are a lack of necessary waste management infrastructure as well as applied know-how. The quality of life of the population and the emissions into the environment worldwide depend on a functioning waste management and recycling system. We provide sustainable waste management and recycling solutions as one core element of circular economy. Part of Nielsen Group, one of the largest waste management and recycling companies in Germany, have access to our company operational knowledge and expertise and to our great business network. In our projects, we transfer this knowledge and expertise to our local clients and partners and support them in being successful. Our actions will lead to immediate and significant improvements. We always do this with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in mind.
Okay. Und die Speaker haben wir aber nicht online. Also die hier die Videobotschaften sind nicht. Okay. Okay, okay. Also brauche ich nicht irgendwie fragen. Ja. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, please have a seat now. I've got the honor to welcome you or to get you in after the coffee break in order to start our next session. It's about the country reports that we announced come from Greece, Russia, and China. It has already been mentioned that due to the pandemics, our speakers can't be here in presence, and so we have so-called video messages I would like to show you. We will start with Greece. For us, as the RETech work group of Eastern Europe, it's a great pleasure to us because we have been dealing with Greece for several years very intensely. Greece enacted a new legislation in environmental protection, and in 2021 also enacted the new laws. And now I'm very pleased to hear the status quo, which will be reported, or this report will be given by Dr. Mihalopoulos, Christos Mihalopoulos. He is a scientific researcher of the National Technical University of Athens. And it's important for those who are not part of our working group. Here it is important to note that the university also played an important role as a stakeholder under this new legislation they enacted. Well, now we would like to see the video message, to watch the video message. Okay, I have to do it on my own. Well, okay.
Hello and good afternoon from Athens. Greetings to all the participants of the Third International Conference on Climate and Resource Protection through Environmentally Compatible Collection and Recycling of Biogenic Waste, organized by RETech. I'm Christos Mihalopoulos, mechanical engineer currently working as a scientific associate of the Industrial Process System Engineering Unit of the National Technical University of Athens. This is an inside view on the current status of the collection and treatment of biogenic waste in Greece. Based on National Waste Management Plan, valid from September 2020, biogenic waste in Greece are generated at the quantities of approximately 15.8 thousand kilotons at an annual basis. This is approximately half of all waste flows generated in Greece. According to their production sources and the regulatory framework, they are divided in three main categories, namely the most dominant fraction, agricultural biogenic waste, industrial biogenic waste generated mostly from wastewater treatment plants, and of course municipal biogenic waste generated by households. Along with insights on the collection and treatment of biogenic waste, this presentation also includes the framework in which stakeholders of collection and treatment are operating, as well as some elements of legislation which is regulating the managerial framework, and of course some remarks related with future trends and challenges faced on the management of biogenic waste. As I've said before, the most dominant fraction is agricultural biogenic waste, with approximately 12.5 thousand kilotons per year. Most of them is animal manure. These quantities are generated by livestock breeders, and the common practice for their management is the composting outdoors in order to use the biologically stabilized manure as a fertilizer at soils. Also, concerning the dry biomass from crops cultivation, the most common practice is the valorization, mostly for annual crops, of the respective quantities for animal feeding, while a significant portion, mostly for perennial crops, is burning on site. Despite the fact that agricultural biogenic waste is the most dominant fraction in terms of quantities, not all are collectible. Concerning animal manure, approximately 35% is collectible, referring mostly to stable livestock farms, while approximately 60% of the dry biomass generated from crops cultivation is considered collectible. Also, there is a small portion of rejected fruits and vegetables. In general, quantities generated from animal breeders and crops cultivators are not officially recorded. Therefore, there are no accurate data related with each treatment option, either as raw material for animal feed or waste to energy or other option. Currently, a small part of this waste, mostly animal manure, is utilized through decentralized biogas plant and a small number of private composting plants, while some licenses for combustion plants and more biogas plants have been issued from 2018. In conclusion, generators of agricultural biogenic waste are not subjected on the polluter pays principle, and also they are not obliged by law to declare the produced quantities at National Waste Management Registry platform electronically. The only legislative framework existing that regulates the management of agricultural biogenic waste is related with nitrate pollution, mostly for the management of animal manure and the dispersion of the biologically stabilized material as fertilizer at soils. There are a number of challenges for agricultural biogenic management according to the National Waste Management Plan. The most critical of them are related with the recording and monitoring of annual produced quantities and, of course, the development of an effective collection network through contractual agreement with stakeholders so as to collect these quantities for further processing. Also, co-processing of crop residues is promoted along with municipal biogenic waste, and there is essential need to develop value chains for exploiting dry biomass at locally oriented combustion plants. The second category of biogenic waste is related with those quantities generated by food and beverage industry as well as timber industry, and predominantly for municipal wastewater treatment plants. Plants owners are responsible for the management of these waste streams and are obliged to declare the produced quantities at the National Waste Management Registry platform. The managerial framework is regulated through terms and conditions based on the environmental license. Sludges derived from municipal wastewater treatment plants, domestic septic tanks, and food and beverage processing industries are not considered as a municipal waste stream. Concerning the management of the plants, and mostly municipal wastewater treatment plants, these installations, approximately 320 countrywide, are owned by municipal water supply and sewerage companies. Reciprocal fees are paid by residential owners through water supply bills. Concerning the industries of food and beverage processing, medium-sized and large enterprises are regularly inspected from regional environmental authorities as for the compliance with imposed terms based on the environmental license, while small and medium enterprises are inspected only upon formal complaints against environmental violations. In Greece, municipal wastewater treatment plants are covering approximately the whole country in terms of collecting municipal wastewaters, either directly through a sewerage network, either indirectly through the evacuation of domestic septic tanks. Based on the National Waste Management Plan, approximately 115 kilotons per year of dehydrated sludge were treated either as soil fertilizer, either as raw material for energy recovery, either they are finally disposed at sanitary landfills. At the largest municipal wastewater treatment plant, they are currently in operation by a gas plant for the valorization of sludge as a means for energy recovery, with a total installed capacity of approximately 13 megawatt electric power. concerning the solid and slurry state industrial waste from food and beverage industry, a significant portion is directed on approximately 18 centralized biogas plants with a total capacity of 15 megawatts electric power. Also, there have been reported cases of agro-industrial symbiosis, including the valorization of grape stalks and marks as soil fertilizer, the valorization of woody biomass as pellets for heating medium at boilers, and of course, the production of kernel oil from the oil pomace, which is a byproduct of the oil mills. Regulatory framework for the management of wastewaters, as well as for the valorization of sludges generated from municipal wastewater treatment plants, is existing. Also, they have been set quantified targets for the recovery of sludges either through composting or for waste-to-energy applications. Also, there is a legislative framework that regulates the waste management derived from oil mills and slaughterhouses, due to the fact that these fractions are the most polluted ones. Finally, for industrial biogenic waste generated from food and beverage processing industry, they are promoted by National Waste Management Plan the adoption of best available techniques with funding instruments from the periodical updated development laws for the increase of regional and economic growth. The third category, and most critical one, is related with the management of municipal biogenic waste. The key actors, besides the Ministry of Environment, which imposes and regulates the management of municipal biogenic waste, are regional waste management associations, which are non-profit bodies consisting by representatives of each region's municipalities and, of course, municipal authorities. Regional waste management associations are responsible for the operation and management of all waste treatment and waste management in general installations, in particular for waste transfer stations, for treatment plants, including the management of commingled municipal solid waste as well as pre-sorted biogenic waste, which are mostly operated through public-private partnership contractual agreements. These bodies are charging at an ex-post basis reciprocal fees on municipalities for the provision of all services related with the management of biogenic waste, namely transportation costs from waste transfer stations to treatment plants or sanitary landfills, the gate fees of sanitary landfills and treatment plants, as well as personnel and operation and maintenance cost of regional waste management associations for their operation. Municipal authorities are responsible only for the collection of municipal solid waste and, among them, the pre-sorted fraction of municipal biogenic waste. They are obliged to declare these quantities at the National Waste Management Registry platform, and they are charging at an ex-post basis reciprocal fees on residential owners for the provision of all services, including the collection. These fees are paid by residential owners through the electric power supply bills along with other municipal services offered. Currently, 10% of municipal biogenic waste is collected separately from municipal solid waste through curbside brown bins. Responsible for the collections are public services through mostly rear-loaded garbage trucks, while it is not to say that a network of approximately 100 waste transfer stations is serving municipal authorities for waste transfer. These stations are owned, managed and operated by regional waste management associations. Currently, municipal solid waste are directed for sanitary landfill at a range of 75%. It is noted that at their largest landfill sites, the anaerobic digestion of compacted organic waste inside the sanitary landfill cells is valorized through energy production units, mostly CHP, with a total installed capacity of approximately 30 megawatts electric power. this is considered approximately 52% of the total installed capacity countrywide concerning the valorization of waste through biogas plants. The predominant technology for the treatment of municipal biogenic waste are the so-called mechanical biological treatment plants. In these facilities, municipal biogenic waste are treated either as a pre-sorted fraction for composting, for compost production with or without anaerobic digestion, either as the organic fraction which is mechanically separated from the municipal solid waste. It is noted that each MBT plant is accompanied by a landfill site for the final disposal of residues, and it is capable of treating, along with MSW, also pre-sorted municipal biogenic waste. Currently, in Greece, there are 7 plants operated with an approximate capacity of 820 kilotons per year, while 5 more are under construction. In this picture, we see an MBT plant from the island of Crete, where we can see the composting unit with windrows, the MBT plant, and the sanitary landfill for residues. The status of the development of biological treatment plants has, at this time, currently in operation only 1 unit, and only 1 is under construction, but it is scheduled to be developed 40 more until 2030. Currently, approximately 14% of municipal biogenic waste are diverted from landfills for the production of compost, mostly from MBT plants. It is worth to say that used cooking oils are collected at the coverage of 50% separately, and they are valorized for the production of biodiesel. The outputs of the MBT and composting plants, besides biogas, are also compost and compost-like output. The quality standards of compost class A are regulated through joint ministerial decision, and even in that case, the compost can be utilized only as a medium for landscaping or restoration sites. Compost-like output is considered as a residual fraction. Currently, there is no legislation that imposes quality standards for compost produced from the treatment of pre-sorted municipal biogenic waste. National Waste Management Plan, valid for September 2020, introduces for the first time the valorization of combustible residual fractions as raw materials for waste-to-energy plants, either through existing plants, mostly cement industry, either through greenfield investments. Most recently, European directives related with waste management were incorporated into national law. This law, 4819, along with a joint ministerial decision valid from October 2021, set quantified targets on separate collection, on treatment, and on final disposal. Also, until 2023, the separate collection of municipal biogenic waste is mandatory for municipalities. With this law, they were introduced the progressive implementation of pay-as-you-throw scheme, as well as the promotion of municipal biogenic waste prevention measures through economic incentives, tax exemptions for donations mostly from HoReCa entities. It is worth to say that it has been set a target for the final disposal less than 10% by 2030, applied only to unprocessed municipal solid waste. Also, the landfill gate fees will be gradually increased to 55 euros per ton from 2027 and for the years after. As a conclusion, and based on the funding sources from the previous National Strategic Reference Framework 2014-2020, priority has been given on the development of centralized MBT plants, while for the next programming period, the priority is given on these plans focused on the source separation of municipal solid waste and the separate treatment in order to cover all regions countrywide. Most recently, regional waste management associations are preparing and are continue to prepare regional waste management plans, where these plans are fully determining number and processing capacity of all treatment plants, where focus has been given on processing of source-separated waste against final disposal. On this road, there are a serious number of existing and forthcoming challenges related with the proper management of municipal biogenic waste. Most critical of them are including the maturation of landscapes where new plants will be implemented, since land use permissions and social acceptance issues are factors of delay at many cases. Also, there is rationalization of landfill gate fees on behalf of treatment plants' competitiveness. The need for establishing a compost market as a means for the sustainability of composting and biogas plants, especially for the treatment of municipal biogenic waste, and also a strong political will from the leadership. In brief, that was an inside view for the current status related with the collection and treatment of all biogenic waste generated in Greece. Thank all the audience and participants of the conference for your time and attention, and a special thanks to the RETech partnership for organizing this event. Greetings from Athens.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich hoffe und wünsche mir.
I hope that you listen, because this was a very interesting presentation of the status quo of the Greek waste economy. It's basically a very interesting time in Greece, which has started. A lot of things are happening, and I would like to encourage you to cope with the Greek market if Greek is in your focus. Europe and especially Greek, we have listened that the separated collection plays an important role in the future, and this is of course something which we as an expert team in Greece have experienced. Just as an information, we were invited from Thessaloniki as a German RETech, and also from the Ministry for Environment. We were invited to do the pay-as-you-go schemes, the original oriented payment to consult it, to support it in cooperation with the competent association, Purpose Association. And these talks are going to be recorded, and then we will see how it will develop. And another opportunity which is coming up, building plants and constructions. We heard that there are a lot of specifications, tender for specification, tenders, and biogas plants will be built up all in connection with the subject of separated collection of bio-waste. You need to say that Greece is at the beginning. There are pilot projects carried out by pioneers, by pioneering associations who have introduced the bio-waste systems. They make different experiences with it, so the capacities of collecting systems need to be extended, implemented, digitalized. Plays an important role. So it's a broad field in Greece, and just go this way with us and go into the working circle in Southeast Europe. So let's talk about Russia. It does not belong to Europe, it belongs to East Europe. And I would like to welcome the CEO of the association Team Foundry in Russia, Mr. Gubajdullin.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Здравствуйте, все участники международной конференции RETech. Еще раз представлюсь. Меня зовут Ruslan Gubajdullin. Я являюсь исполнительным директором Ассоциации «Чистая страна». Ассоциация – это крупнейшее профильное объединение в России, которое стимулирует развитие отрасли обращения с отходами, а также обеспечивает защиту интересов своих членов, а именно региональных операторов и организаций, осуществляющих обращение с отходами в Российской Федерации. Кроме того, в ассоциацию входят производители техники, а также специалисты отрасли. Компании наших членов представлены в 45 регионах Российской Федерации. В общей сложности они представляют коммунальную услугу по обращению с отходами 70 миллионов человек и обеспечивают обращение более чем половиной отходов в Российской Федерации. На сегодняшний день в состав ассоциации входит более 60 компаний. При взаимодействии с федеральными и региональными органами исполнительной власти с 2017 года мы работаем над созданием комплексной системы обращения с ТКО, в том числе оказываем консультационную поддержку в части установления тарифов, осуществления деятельности операторами по обращению с отходами и проведению торгов на транспортирование, подготовку концессионных соглашений, а также инвестиционных договоров. Сегодня
Oh God. Today the collection for 96% of the inhabitants of Russia are accessible. And according to the information of public legal companies, Russian environment companies, the waste in our country in the year 2020 was processed at 31%. And corresponding to national development targets by the President of the Russian Federation, these were set and especially accomplished. And the scope of municipal waste should be halved by 2030, and all the share of should be observed. The reform of waste in Russia started in 2017, and we need to be very proactive in the coming years. For this purpose, the infrastructure of waste economy and the successful work is not possible according to current information of October 2021. In Russia, there are 47 waste systems and 260 processing plants with a capacity of 29 million tons, as well as 500 recycling plants are in operation. And in this region, we have established a system with separated waste collection, which was introduced. In this year, the state financed 1 billion ruble for the purchase of containers for the separation of waste. 46 regions were profiting from this. However, the current requirement of containers for the separated waste collection is 5 times as high and is 722,000 containers. It is very important to point out that the reduction of the waste occurrence needs to be reduced if the culture of the inhabitants and the employment and utilization is very important. And against this background, we are having projects in the environmental protection, and this is also Auto Rally Clean Country 2.0. In September, we organized an environment framework, and for the future, in the Russian regions. And almost 7 tons of waste and 10 tons were operated. And we learned to educate pupils in the region. And also plastics and recycling was also a very big topic. Students were there and also educated and trained. And in order to explain the participants which waste are recycled, and as in books we could submit to our winners. And in the third Kinderbuch, which was published by the association with all the important information, was a conscious consummation. Recycling was also learned to pupils, educated to pupils. The Russian development strategy until 2030 comprises a series of important areas, also the transition to a closed economic circulation. And after 85% of packages recycled, more than 40% in the construction, the industry, and the agriculture, and we used raw materials. And recycled materials are also existing for 20% of certain product series which were not recycled, which are prohibited. So as far as the extended production responsibility is concerned, there is the target to recycle it correspondingly, and this includes an environmentally friendly packaging and ecology benefit. We are of the opinion that means from ecological means or should exclusively be used for this, the construction of waste processing, recycling plants, and so on. We thank you for your attention, and I would like to answer your questions. So now get to the last presentation of the session. We go to China, and we will listen to the video message of Professor Dr. Pinching for the separate
Ja, ein sehr schönes Symbol.
Yeah, yes, this is a very nice symbol showing the butterfly. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end at the first part of the reports, but this is actually the start of the discussion, you know. Yeah. I would like to invite you to start the discussions in the different places or corners we prepared for you related to the different countries or to the regions, and you can deepen your discussions. We have placed experts at each of the discussion corner, and the experts would like to exchange their opinions with you, and also we want to extend this to more countries. For instance, we have Africa, Ethiopia, Eastern Europe is also presented here. I would like to invite you to come to my corner. We also have America and Colombia, and also the global level. So please choose one of the corners. You can rotate between them. You can get a cup of coffee before, and I would be pleased if we could continue, or if we continued our discussions about all these countries. In this sense, please enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Ich habe das Programm, also Herr Lenhart ist hier, ne? Der macht das von hier aus. Ich glaube, alle sind da, ne? Ja, ja. Schönen guten Abend.
Dear colleagues, now we come to the serious point of the conference. This is the serious part of the evening. Please take your seats. Go back to your seats, please. And I would like to ask the speakers to come to the desk. We have installed some plates. Mr. Saldarriage Acosta. He is not yet arrived, Mr. Acosta. Perhaps somebody can go to the lobby and ask the people in. Wir haben gedoppelt. Wir haben gedoppelt. Wir haben doppelt an. Guck mal. Beide. Ich mach weiter, oder? Ja? Soll ich erst mal weitermachen? Ja? Okay, okay, sorry. Yes, Mr. Lenhart, have you already arrived? Okay, you can come to us, please. And Mr. Acosta, please, we have prepared the seats at the panel, and we invite all the speakers to come to the panel. Thank you. Mr. Lenhart is also coming. Do you know if Mr. Anabu has arrived already? I will say some introductory words. Did you bring slides with you, which have to be shown? Yeah, you have to. Okay, you brought all your documents with you. That's okay. So I always feel responsible for all the items when I'm the presenter. Sometimes I think I have to install the loudspeakers as well, but no, it's only a joke. So I think that we are quite complete. My name is Andreas Jaron. I will be the presenter. I'm the head of the basic department at the Federal Ministry of Environment. When 15 years ago, we had the idea to start the events or to carry out a conference of RETech. The idea was characterized by the interest of the people on their own. That means we got more and more requests from abroad in order they ask for know-how from Germany, not only in as equipment. You can also have a look at IFA trade fair, but also they were interested in overall concepts, and we from the political panels also try to explain to people how we do it in Germany. But finally, the important thing is to get an overall view and to offer a complete solution. As the head of the International Department for Recycling Economy, I had the privilege to get or to acquire many contacts abroad, and so I get a feeling of where the problems are abroad in the different countries, and I think the RETech conference series is a good answer to these questions. When you go through the streets in many countries, the situation is that you find rubble construction debris. Also, plastic waste is a problem in many countries. There are many initiatives trying to get under control the plastics problem, but also the biogenic waste bring lots of problems. Perhaps I now repeat things that you already heard today. I didn't get all the things, but as long as it is not said 10 times a day. In Glasgow, for instance, I found it very interesting that they discovered the topic of methane. It is also important for the public audience, but when thinking that the methane content in the atmosphere doubled by 100, or was increased by 150% since the industrialization with regard to CO2, it's approximately 50%, because this is a problem, because methane is much more dangerous to our climate than CO2, and it accounts for 16% of the global warming. And biomass waste, apart from or in addition to the plastics waste, is one of the most important topics we have to dedicate our attention in the global recycling economy. So the deposits or the landfills, food waste or food residues, we will hear about more problems that are in the different countries. In many countries, the bio waste is up to 70% of the overall waste. And for instance, in Germany, we have quite a, or we should have a complete coverage of bio-waste collection. We still have 35% in the residual waste ton, a mixed waste, and so we still we have the advantage. So that means we have still to reduce this part of bio waste that is in the residual waste, but we still have the possibility of energetic utilization of the waste. This is not a solution for all the countries, because this is also quite a difficult and costly technology to be used for such purposes. For instance, the digestion of waste is something that could be focused on in order to reduce methane loads. What I say that we need many instruments in order to advance in this field. Apart from the biomass, with regard to biomass, there is the question of manure, hygiene requirements, clean cities and lands and rural areas, and there is always the question or the demand that the recycling economy can be a win-win situation, both for ecology and economy. When I have a look at Southern America, it is more the informal sector who does it, because this is a question of balancing the win-win situation. We need technical and organizational solutions, but I think that also the change of attitude is also necessary. We in these countries, in the well-being countries, we have to make sure that we will renounce in the future of many things. Politically, it is not liked, or the politicians don't like to talk about this, but we know that we have to reduce our consumptions in our countries, but each country and each society has to find its own ways to do this. I'm pleased to announce 3 presentations today showing different aspects from different regions of the world, and we will start with East Africa, Ethiopia, and then we will have a presentation about India, and we will hear something about Colombia. I have never been to Ethiopia, but I have been to Kenya. I think that the situation is perhaps similar. India is very specific. Colombia is also specific, I would say. And so I'm very pleased that we have such a wide spectrum of a wide range of experience that we will hear about. Markus Lenhart is the first speaker on my list today. Dr. Anabo could not come today, but you will explain to us then. First, thank you very much for this good introduction. Dr. Anabo cannot come today. Unfortunately, he can't take part, but he also had the kindness to impart his knowledge to me, and I got some slides from him, and I would like to present them on his behalf, and I hope that he is now in the position, or he can watch our presentations by the internet. First, I would like to say some words about Dr. Anabo, who wanted to start with this presentation here today. He is a advisor for the Climate Change Commission in Ethiopia, and also for GIZ, the Society for International Cooperation. The first part will be about the general presentation of Ethiopia, and then I will say something about the different waste fluxes or the waste streams. In Ethiopia, we have seen a doubling of the population during the last 20 years. From 60 million in 2000, it rose up to 110 million in 2020, and this enormous development of the population is expected to continue for the decades to come. And we suppose that in 2020 there will be more or approximately 200 million people living in Ethiopia. There's a good economic development, and so the solid waste volumes are also on the increase or have increased. There was approximately 5 to 10% increase of the waste volume, and this will continue this way in the years to come. A special situation in Ethiopia here is that 80% of the people live in the rural areas and not in the cities. There is quite a strong urbanization trend, but we think that currently until 2050, approximately 63% of the people will live in the cities. I mentioned the economic development. We could follow this over the last 10 years, but we have also to say that in Ethiopia there is a strong dependence on foreign trade. For instance, transfer of technology is important. Pharmaceuticals and medical products and fertilizers play a big role with regard to the foreign trade of Ethiopia. We wanted to try to adapt the Ethiopian situation to the European concept. We can say that Ethiopia is quite in the lower part of this pyramid. That means we have an incorrect collection of waste and only a few projects for recycling and other utilization of the waste. But the central government and the different communal governments here have recognized in the meantime the importance of waste treatment and want to go by the European model. This shows the NDCs that Ethiopia has formulated under the Paris-based climate treaty. The utilization of the waste plays a big role, and this also is important for clean cooking and heating possibilities in the country. This is a very important point. The current policies with regard to the management of waste, the situation is that there are a lot of ideas that have been presented, but there is not yet any implementation of them. They are discussing about different schemes and concepts. For instance, the principle of who causes will pay, and for instance, the responsibilities will be defined. Certification schemes are discussed, and also digitalization can play a role. It is also interesting that the eco-industrial parks are a topic they discuss about there. So that means this is to facilitate to close the gap in recycling economy flows. Moreover, other points which are also important in order to bring Ethiopia ahead. This is the resource efficient and cleaner production. For instance, we have quite linear industrial branches, and industrial branches work each one for its own, and there is no much coupling between them. There is not yet any take-back or collection system in the country. That means in cities as Addis Ababa, they have already started to develop such systems, but this is not covering the whole surface of the country. And another topic which is also important and for the Global South, this is the financing of such models. To what extent logistics can also be a business model for the waste management industry. Let's have a look at the composition of the waste. This is the example for Addis Ababa. The major part is settlement or municipal waste. There is quite a good data situation. 65% are biogenic waste, but all the data here that we have from Ethiopia, we still have to admit that there is still a lack of data, so the data are not so reliable as in other situations, for instance, or other countries. This is the current partnership we carry out with the country. This is a guideline for this organic waste treatment. Here it is about to discuss the problems about bio-waste treatment in Africa, and this project is also supported by the institutions. Here it is we want to register the best practices to show the applications. Here it is the main point are the technical concepts, but it is also about regulatory and economic concepts. Moreover, the transfer of knowledge is also an important point in this project and directs to the stakeholders and decision makers in order to develop an appropriate strategy. There are a lot of ideas currently in Ethiopia, but there is not yet any basic strategy that is ready for implementation. So now let's go back in this presentation. That means in Ethiopia, the situation is that little less than 0.5 kilograms per capita and day is the volume in the country. Approximately 77% are due to biogenic waste, but due to the increase in population, this portion will be on the increase. In the sub-Saharan countries, we only have a capture rate of 40 to 50%. The recycling rate, however, is below 4%. But for us, the organic fraction is very interesting. That means the organic fraction is more than 50%, and this is interesting for you because this forms the basis for good concepts, for the implementation of concepts. Mainly, we have the situation that inadequate collection and treatment of waste are there, and we have the problem that we don't know what are the materials and what are the energy potentials connected to them. So there is a lack of technology and know-how, as we heard several times today, and they also have to maintain, to care for all these plants, and also to duplicate such concepts and equipment solutions. Or for instance, in Ethiopia, there are 4 laws regulating the waste management, and all in all, they only have 8 laws for the country in this field. Then we also talked about financing problems, and also there is a very much developed informal sector, but this informal sector has to be included into the industry. And the African countries have diverse market actors with divergent interests, and this doesn't make it easy to find a good solution. When we come back to Ethiopia, we saw before the composition of the waste of Addis Ababa. We have a good data provision here. 78% of the waste is collected, but Addis Ababa is not representative for the country. This is the biggest city in Ethiopia. The next city only has 1.3 million, and all the other cities only have approximately 500,000 inhabitants or less, and the settlement structures are completely different, and the major part of the people live in rural areas. So this has also to be included in our thinking. So let's have at some more numbers. Approximately 50% of the generated waste is uncollected still, and the current practice is the disposal in unauthorized areas or open combustion even. Due to this high increase of the population, there is a huge gap between demand and supply of utility services in the public sector. This not only concerns the waste management, but also drinking water supply, medical supply, or sewage treatment. But what we can see that there is a difference between rural areas and urban areas in the field of waste management. The rural areas generate a little less waste, and you can see that the urban areas also are characterized by the impact of plastics that is also on the increase. The statistics mainly do not show this development, and this may be due that the informal sector generates or sorts out the plastics before actually the statistics is made, and there is quite a high potential for solid waste collection, and but there are no reliable data about this. But nevertheless, there is the intention to improve something, and moreover, when we look at the agricultural and other relevant biomasses in the country, we will find out that there is quite a high potential of different other residual materials. Ethiopia, as everybody knows, this is a producer of coffee, is the 5th in the world in coffee production. And so we have a lot of residuals from the coffee production which are currently unused. For instance, they burn the husks of coffee in the fields, and then they put it into dumps also. But they have a good potential for biogas production. Moreover, Ethiopia has one of the biggest livestock of Africa, largest in Africa. The numbers are not known exactly, but we suppose that 5.9 million households keep more than 4 cattle. And it is also striking that Ethiopia, as a big agrarian country, fosters small farms. That means more small farms than big agricultural companies are there. As if another product that makes some problem, these are the water hyacinth plants. This is an invasive aquatic weed, and they can also be used for methane production. And this plant, for instance, is covered by 10% by this plant. And this has also aftermath or impacts on the fish industry, and also for the agricultural things, or for the agricultural industries, for instance, drinking water for the animals, or such energy products, such as the big dam they built in the direction of Egypt. There are also some problems in connection with it. Moreover, we, apart from manure and other substances, we also have waste from abattoir waste. This is interesting because Ethiopia has also a large leather processing industry, and they export meat. And this is also currently the situation is that they dump these products in landfills inappropriately, or also put it into the flowing water bodies in the rivers. But this is here we could also develop interesting logistic concepts in order to improve the situation there. Then we heard a lot about problems and possible potentials. Now there's a question: what is Ethiopia currently doing in the field? We can say that the Ethiopian government is aware of the problem that waste brings a big problem, but it is also known here that we have to register or to collect the 80% of the waste, that this is the basic goal is to improve hygiene as far as the recycling economy is concerned. This is not yet in that stage. So there are also some pilot projects on waste collection and segregation. There is a large project, a RIPI waste-to-energy plant in Addis Ababa. This is an incinerator which has a capacity of 1,400 tons a day, and according to the data we got, can cover 80% of the waste collection of the capital. But there are also new ideas in the rural area, for instance, the biogas project, which is carried out together with Netherlands, and for instance, families who have more cattle at home, and also they use anaerobe fermentation to treat the waste. And here approximately 30,000 of these plants have already been built, as you can see down in this picture. So in order to find the end of this presentation, I would like to present you the ideas for solution. We are mainly focusing on 3 different ways of treatment. This is anaerobe fermentation, composting, but also incineration is part of this, because approximately 88% of the rural population heats and cooks using plant material or wood, and this also is a problem for the country, because all in all, with regard to the technology options, we imagine 2 big pillars. One is logistics, the other is treatment. And so we have to make sure that we can find adapted solutions for the different kinds of settlements. We have presented it in by this diagram, and this shows the different ways we could go. For instance, in order to, when we have a look at agricultural residues, they can be supplied in a decentral way, or can be brought to decentralized stations or to central plants in order to stabilize other processes where they serve as an add-on product. So the conclusions are as follow. Ethiopia, on the one hand, has a very big unused potential of biomasses, but which has not yet been collected. So the government and private sector are aware of the importance of municipal waste handling, and they have the intention to take part in this. With regard to the population, the awareness is not yet so high, apart from the plastics waste. The organic treatment is still in the beginning. There is also a great lack of appropriate technologies and no broad knowledge. However, this is still on the increase. There are also very good universities who started to train people in this field. Apart from the technical, legal, social, and financial restrictions, there are also environmental impacts that have to be considered. And as I said before, that deforestation is a big problem. Scarcity of water in the northern and eastern part and southeastern part. The southeastern part of the country is rich in water, and this is the rather agricultural area. This also has to be considered by in our projects. For instance, one way could be that focusing on already pure material flows. That means that come from agriculture or industrial, or from the industry, that are in a pure material flow and can initially prove the function of the treatment and logistics concepts. And they work sometimes better, sometimes not so good, but finally we will try to make them stable in order to have a good basis for these flows. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm open for questions.
Ich weiß nicht, wie wir es gehalten haben. So.
I don't know if you want to ask questions, immediately or at the end of the session. Just keep in mind your questions. Thank you, Lena. This was very interesting, and probably it's very typical for worldwide countries who are just, initiating measures and changing, adapting to the situation. India is another candidate.
India is not just on the starting point. It's already has a history of waste management, a lot of projects. But I remember very well when Prime Minister Modi 6 years ago said, India will be clean in 5 years. And now we would like to hear from you. Did he succeed, or do we still have work on it? I'm very happy to have you here, Dr. Sharan. You're an expert in this, and we're happy to have you here.
Danke vielmals für diese Möglichkeit.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about India today, and especially about specific problems of Indian villages and economic progress in these villages. I would like to say you that I'm not an expert of recycling, and I cannot tell you a lot about the Indian markets of recycling. Und ich möchte jetzt...
My favorite topic. Since Rio, my personal focus has always been to see how one could combine energy and climate projects, technologies, and activities with poverty reduction in villages. Because as you all know, in India, we still have at least 500 million people who are certainly below the normal that you would like to have for a family. Globally, as you also know, there are at least 1.3 to 1.5 billion people who are absolutely underserviced in terms of energy, water, jobs, health facilities, and so on. So what I'm going to be talking to you is essentially about my selfishness, about what I expect from you, what I would like from you. And that is to show you a concept that we have been working on for over, I would say we started in 2000, about how to integrate technologies and technology applications to village conditions together with the villagers and see what effect we get. The first slide, please. Yeah. So let me start with the agro-residues, which is a part at least of the recycling cycle. As you know, almost 80% of all the Indians living in villages cook with agro-residues. And they do so with about 5% efficiency, with a great deal of smoke, with women and girls spending their time both in cooking and in collecting the fuel. So this is one of the wastes in India. It's about 15% of India's primary energy resource, which we are wasting, creating health problems, creating climate problems. You have heard about black carbon effect, and we have been talking about clean cooking. The first time I saw an energy-efficient stove was in 1986 at the first UN conference on renewable energy. And yet, if you go around the world and see how many are really working in actual villages, maybe 10 million, if that. So there is something very basic that's not happening in trying to. So what we have done is, on the one side, I'm just making a statement that in India, out of the 500 million tons of residues which are generated, there are at least 200 million tons available for energy applications. If you take the 200 million tons and go through the simple arithmetic, you will see that providing 2.5 kilos of pellets per day, which is equivalent to about 5 or 6 kilos of raw biomass, And an average villager doesn't use more than about 2 or 3 kilos. But just assume that you give them a very luxurious level of cooking fuel. The entire 500 million people in the villages can be provided with pellets from agro-residues. And we, on the other side, have been working on this for 20 years, but today we think that we can import LPG and give LPG to everybody in India to cook cleanly. Now, these are contradictions that we have in our whole life there. So in addition to cooking fuel, the big advantage of the way we integrate things is not just the cooking fuel, but if you integrate it with a hybrid decentralized power station, which has biomass, agri-residues as the base, it has PV, it has a battery bank, and whatever other energy resource which is available. Fortunately, since Rio, we have the technologies have developed. Technology is not an issue today. We have villagers who are running our power stations. We have villagers who have been trained at different levels of managing these type of projects. So this is not just for India. It can happen. We have seen it in Africa. We have seen it in other countries. It is possible. So if we, sorry, it's my own job to change the slides. So this is what is our concept of an integrated rural development program, which is based essentially on electricity and energy as the anchor, and linking it to farming on one side, and the applications of electricity and fuels on the other. This has the advantage that it enables the villagers also to increase their income. Then they can afford to pay for water, they can afford to pay for schools, they can afford to pay for everything else. So this is a type of system which we have built 65 plants in different villages over the last 15 years. And the technologies are established, the training programs are running, and now the question is, how do we package these things in such a way that there can be a commercial takeoff? And that's the question that we'll perhaps be discussing perhaps after me, next generation, maybe. But sorry, let me just go back. But to use a project like that is really, I can imagine, I know why the bureaucrats don't like it, why the planners don't like it. Bureaucrats don't like it because it's complex. You cannot just compartmentalized it. This department is doing health, this department is doing this. It doesn't work like that. But this can also not be made viable unless you are able to do local planning. You have to examine, if you want to minimize the risk for the investor, if you want to see how, for example, the biomass, how much biomass do you need to make a plant viable in size? How many villages should be included in that? What is the transport? What are the risks? You cannot do this without a very sound planning system. Unfortunately, digital world has also moved on. We have IoT of things. So we are able now to do a villager planning by using a simulation and modeling technique, which comes from high tech, but it's absolutely applicable to any complex system of whatever size. It's just a question of cost. So we train our own people to be able to do that. At least Indians are good at software. So what we have to do is to be able to do a local simulation and modeling, and which is not just to optimize the power station, how big should the biomass be, how much should be the photovoltaic, but to match the demand side with the generation side at all times. Because if you are going to be selling electricity, which is more expensive than the one that comes from the grid, but which is not reliable, it comes, it doesn't come. If you want to give reliable electricity for industrial application, for job creation activities, then you have to be able to match the demand and the supply. This is what a simulation technique like this does. at any time, if you start with the demand side as your base and not the supply side as the normal planning is done today, we call it a village-up planning technology, and you can see what time of the year, how much biomass power can be generated, how much photovoltaic comes when there is not enough sun, how big should the battery bank should be. So this optimization at the local level is absolutely the key to the success of such a project. This is what you get at the end of it. For planners, they can see that if they change some assumption, some parameter, what are the expected results? How do they change? This is very, very effective in convincing the planners, the policymakers, the investors. The other big advantage of this is that the same technique also shows the investor that in this place, is it worthwhile for him to invest in a pelletizing plant, or should we invest in something else? Should he go in a biodigester and produce fertilizers? So this is the type of result. So that is just to say that today we have the capability, we as a whole, our whole community, we have the capability to plan, we have the technology to implement it, we have the training packages. Let us see what is missing that is not taking off. So this is a typical power station and a village complex, which has a PV field, a gasifier gas engine. We have worked very closely with the German industry over the years about making the gasifier as something that's really viable, because biomass gasifier, as you know, had very bad reputation in the past. But it now works, it's clean. So if you have PV, it's cheap now, cheap enough, thank goodness. You have a power conditioner unit, you have a battery bank, and on this side, you have one big plant, that's the pellet production unit, which gives the basic load to the power station that it can have a high load factor and be economically viable. But that's not the only thing it does. It also supplies the households, shops, offices. It runs irrigation pumps and drinking pumps. And it runs charging stations for electric rickshaws, electric trolleys. And of course, you can add cold storage or whatever is locally available, required. These are the technologies which we are including in that. Gasifier and producer gas engines, PV plant, battery bank, auxiliary system. These are all available globally in India. And today in our farnext world, these type of technologies, we hope India, Africa can work together and get them used. Now, I just to show you very briefly what a system like this in India looks like. If depending on how much you are paying for the biomass, and how long you have to transport it, because that adds to the cost of the biomass. It shows what would be the generation cost, taking into account how much dividend you want to give to the investor. Now, this is for a typical Indian condition, where you have 70% debt, 30% equity. You are paying, and debt you are paying back over 7 years at 9% per year. And you are paying a dividend, as you have shown, 0% and so on. Now you see, in the range, our range in a normal village situation for biomass may be in the range of 3 rupees. Oh my God, how much is that? It's about 4 rappen, 4 euro cents, something like that, per kilo. We are about 50% more expensive than the grid electricity. But the people who really want to run a small industry in the village are prepared to pay that if we can guarantee them they will have it 6 hours or 8 hours whenever they are running. So there is a premium. If we just go by the cost of that is more expensive than grid electricity, as many of the bureaucrats say, then of course it will never take off. But if it doesn't take off, you also don't create jobs in the villages. So this is a whole system that we have really with data from the field to convince the policymakers. This is now in terms of the comparison of the cost of pellets produced in such a plant against an LPG. So we have shown here that we are paying the villagers. The poor villagers cannot afford to pay too much. So he needs only half a kilo of pellet, where he would normally use 1 kilogram of biomass, raw biomass. So if we pay him twice, if we pay him that the cost of the pellet is just double that of what we pay him for the biomass, he's going to be cost neutral. So that's an internal subsidization program that we are trying to convince people to apply. Based on that, we sell 50, 60, or 70% of the pellets in the next towns, where the cost of fuel is much higher, where people, middle-class people who are using still LPG, for example, our pellet should be able to compete against LPG. And this is what it shows. The circle is the area where it can easily compete with LPG, which is being sold today in India for cooking purposes. So these are just examples to show how you have to do the planning of a system at the local level to make them also economically viable. So any project that we do today has to be socially viable, economically viable, and ecologically viable. Now the entire system is CO2 neutral. Everything is local in this, except the machines. There is gray energy in the machines, no question. But basically, it's a socially, economically, and ecologically type of system. And so these are the conclusions. I think you'll get it, but adequate quantities are available. One important thing to remember is that pellets burnt in an energy-efficient stove have almost the same environmental impact at LPG burning in an open stove. If you burn the same biomass in an energy-efficient stove, you have a much higher concentration of soot and carbon monoxide. If you burn the same in an energy-efficient stove, where your efficiency of combustion is at about 40–45%, but the emissions are comparable to that of an LPG. And of course, there will be places where an induction cooking is going to be just as effective with this, using the same energy plant. So again, it's a question of different integration and optimization for local conditions. Integrated local power generation and microgrids. Just one word about microgrids. We built our first microgrid in 2006. And by the way, I come here in the name of Fixner. I'm a director there, but I also work for a small company which has done all the work in the villages, and I work for foundations and things like that. So I'm speaking for myself in some of these things. But we need the knowledge of companies like Fixner to be able to do this type of high-grade engineering. So just to say that the microgrids have been attempted to be used as a means of provide access to electricity to villagers in India and in Africa. You will find very few microgrid plants which have been built. There must be at least 1,000 now in India, if not more. In Africa, there must be 300, 200, 300. I have worked with some, both in India, and there is not one which is making profit. Because they are a system which is based on pure photovoltaic and on supplying light as the main source of income. Very few microgrids have integrated productive use of electricity in their scheme. So this type of linking enables the microgrids to be profitable, and the advantage of doing that is that the tail end of the main distribution network, which is also making a loss in India. We have the distribution companies at the 11 kV line, which are all making losses. So if we can integrate them at the village level, decentralized and the centralized at a certain level, then we can make both of them profitable. And we have run plants where our microgrids are linked to 11 kV distribution networks. Larger scale, but there are some very big caveats, and we have tried to listen, to link, to write down here that integrated projects are planned and optimized for local conditions. If you don't do that, it will never succeed, in our view. Commercial pilot projects can be optimized, built, and successfully operated in different regions of the country because the composition of the integrated project will be different. There are many places where biomass will not be an option, but you can still build a hybrid plant with wind and PV and for example, in solar thermals, hopefully will also become cheap enough to be used. The most promising locations for commercial pilot projects are plantations and aspirational districts. In India, we are very good at giving titles. So these deprived villages are today called aspirational villages. And there are about, I don't know, a large number. But most of them are located in regions where you have a large amount of biomass, they are agricultural linked, and they can be the best. When I hear about the coffee plantations in Ethiopia, I can't think of a better place to apply a system like this. Prospective owners, investors, and equipment suppliers have to be convinced that there is a policy framework which enables them to build these type of plants, and they have a security of their investment over a long enough period so that their investment risks are minimized. I think that's the last one. So thank you very much.
Correct in time.
Thank
you. Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Dr. Sharan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharan. No? It shows, or you showed that there is a lot of work to be done, but there are solutions. And this is the topic or the problem in many countries, that there is a political will on all the different levels. And also, but no, the first problem is to get the political will and financing. And after this, after you have reached this, there will be solutions. But you showed that it is possible, actually. The third presentation is from Colombia, Mr. Manuel Camilo Saldarriage Acosta. You speak German? English or German? Okay, he speaks Spanish. I don't want to bother you with my Spanish, but I am very pleased that you come from Colombia to this conference. I have visited Cartagena in Bogota, and I'm very excited what you can report about your country. Oh, okay. So let's make an experiment. Camilo will speak in Spanish, and I will translate, and then it's transferred in English. So we hope that we will get all the information. That means the information that Camilo gives us. So it will be an experiment because we have 3 languages now. So hello. This is an experiment that we will carry out today to translate into different languages. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is a great pleasure for me to be here and to talk about the experience we had in the waste management in Bogota. Bogota in this year, 2021, started to implement politics of waste management, new strategies. In the first phase, we start with those projects we heard about today a lot of. It's about the collection. It's the first step to be done, and this is the first step also to be implemented in Bogota. And the system looks as follows: that we have 3 different types of bags: a green bag for the organic waste, a black bag for the waste that cannot be recycled, and a gray bag for paper and other recyclable dry materials. So he mentioned a lot of numbers just now. Let's start with the explanation. 50% of the settlement of the waste are organic waste. Bogota has a little more than 8 million inhabitants, and they produce 8,800 tons of waste a day. Currently, the situation is that the 50% of organic waste are only used at 4%. That only 4% of them, of these organic wastes, are collected only. And for these 4% that are collected, there are 3 pilot projects in place now. So there is one biogas plant which uses landfill gas and provides 1.7 megawatt as installed power. The second technology that is used is a composting plant which can treat approximately 60 tons a week. And the third technology used in the country, or is to be used, is a purely biologic treatment using insects. This policy that is implemented in Bogota is part of a large political framework for the overall country of Colombia, and this shows this recycling economy, and this is a diagram of this plan. The recycling economy has 3 different goals. The first one is to reduce the waste volume by 10%. The second component is the reuse, also to increase the reuse rate by 10% as well. And the third goal is that they will introduce such products into the industry. In order to implement these strategies, there are three political instruments. The first one is the district plan for the development with different strategic elements or comprising different elements of the strategies. And a second important point is to identify territories within the town or the city where this plan can be implemented. And the third element is the development of clear specific programs in order to implement these strategies. And this also includes to create a waste fee in order to finance all these projects. The technical part is to establish technologies and in order to start the recycling processes and to recycle more and more residuals. But the implementation is not only based on technical aspects, but there is also a program for training, further education, and general education here. And the second point is, or second element is that the industry has to be encouraged to take part in this project or in this program. And since partially this also the process also has private participants, the waste sector will be integrated into this holistic system. And once it has been established, the goal is to install this into a whole recycling or circular economy. The project has three main pillars. The first pillar are plastic materials, the second are organic waste, and the third part are debris and rubble from construction. The different programs are laid out in a similar way, or they have similar bases. So that this means the main points are the increase awareness of the population, then the separate collection of the waste, then the treatment of the waste is another point, and actually the step back, the inclusion of the industries into the process. There's a specific example. We have some experience here. It shows that the plastics have been used, so the road has been covered, paved by recycled plastic material. All you can see here is made of plastics, and this is all recycled material. This also concerns the urban furniture and all these things. So for the organic residuals, it is mainly about the treatment by biogas systems and also by composting them. And the goal or the target is to produce energy, but also to use the materials as a manure or biofertilizer for the agriculture. You can see a pilot plant which treats 20 tons a week and produces 20 tons of biofertilizer a week. This is a mechanical biological installation you can see on this picture. This was the air view of the installation that we have built as a pilot project here. And the third sector concerns residuals from the building industry. That means rubble or debris. And there are also different approaches for this sector. First is the separated collection of the materials. And the challenge now is to integrate it into the different programs. This is a collection point. It is in Punto Limpio, and here they carry out this separate collection of the different construction residual materials. And the different materials are paper, metal, textiles, and glass, and they are separately collected. Our goals are, or the different phases are that first we have to collect 100 tons of plastic residuals per month. With regard to the organic residuals, they planned 6 plants to be installed for the treatment of these residual materials with a capacity of 300 tons a day. And thank you very much. Okay, so they also work together with our company with the, in a second phase, and they plan to install different biogas plants which will be able to treat 1,000 tons of materials a day, or of waste a day. And it is also provided that they plan to use the products from the organic treatment and to use this gas for the operation of cars. Currently, there are 3,300 tons per day of organic residuals, which have only been used for a minor part, and this is a very high potential we have here. And the goal, in order to repeat it, is to produce composted material, but also the production of biogas, biomethane, and combustible or fuel for vehicles. And with regard to the residuals from the construction industry, we also have started several pilot projects. One important step towards this goal is the collection of data in order to get a better picture of the situation and to know how much waste is supplied. And this project was started this year. And the program is called PREVEC. This is also supported by GEZ company, and this allows the politicians to establish measures on the basis of the data. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, auch Dr. Schaller für die
Thank you very much for the interpretation, Dr. Schaller. Thank you. I could not recognize any mistakes. So we have some minutes. Are there any questions to the presenters? So I think that things are changing at the moment. There are solutions, and it depends on committed teams and colleagues, also politicians, of course, administration, so that we can proceed. This is something which is necessary, that we can make progress. I see one question. Thank you so much, Mr. Saldarriage Acosta. It's difficult to pronounce. You were talking about GZ and DBFZ. So which technology partners do you have, in addition to this, which support you as far as plants are concerned? Which foreign partners do you have? So which partners do you have? So we are relying on the support of GEZ, who's going to support us technically. And of course there is a second support, the citizens who support us in national initiatives, C40. So the people are joining, coming together. C40 initiative is going to support this at international level. And currently it's financed by fees which are collected in the city. And there is a national fund providing funds and means for establishing the circular economy plans. And during this time, there's a second level, a second column, the district fees, which also are being raised. I also have a question to Mr. Saldarriage. Is this correct, or? So the question, biogas plant in Bogota, 1.7 million, is it in operation? What about the economical conditions? How is the biogas plant going to be financed? Economical situation, fees, monies, funds, and so on? First of all, biogas plants are on the landfills, so they are using landfill gas. And the biogas systems, they work according to the CTM mechanism, the Clean Development Mechanism. So the financing is based on two columns, the CDM certificates, and the second is sales of energy which is generated. The biogas plant produces exceeded energy to use to finance the other program. And they are convinced that further biogas plants will be established and are in the are facilitated to finance the entire program. Thank you so much. May I ask another question? How much does a biogas plant get for 1 hour biogas? Kilowatt? So we are calculating millions and we are converting it from pesos into euro. This is not so easy, but we can also do that later. Currently, for each ton which is treated, the city pays €8. So there is the calculation. $0.5 per watt. So we can check it later on. So if you calculate kilowatt, 0.05 times 1,000. So this is according to legal stipulations. Thank you. So he points out that 20% of the financing of the plant is done by the sales of energy, 80% runs by the certificates. And a small part for the residual materials which are treated. So there are still some questions open which can be clarified after this session. I've got one more question. Barbara Oels from KFC Development Bank. I've got a question to Mr. Lenhart as a representative of a bank. I'm interested in the economical consideration of the proposed projects for waste treatment in Ethiopia. Is it part of your project approach? Can you say something about this? Do the produced products, can they bear the costs? How do you imagine? Which is your basic idea about this? Thank you very much for this question. It's quite a complicated field in this case because this is a basic strategy development. Currently, we assume, as it is the case for other waste projects in Ethiopia, it depends a lot on subsidiaries and on financing, and a lot of financed by microcredits coming from Europe, so it's worthwhile. At the same time, I think it's not so realistic. And in this case, you need to talk and you need to check the technology like a proof of concept before you are talking about marketing strategies here. So here at this point, it's quite difficult to mention specific numbers. May I ask a question which concerns everybody? So we are giving money through the GEZ for projects, and do the projects include the question as if this can be done sustainably, and is it part of the project from the beginning, or is it something which we need to regret at the end, or with pleasure? Definitely. Yes, definitely. So in this case, it's not so important to build up pilot plans or pilot systems, so sustainable operation in terms of technology does not play such a big role. And sustainability in this sense that it is presented to the right people and can be implemented sustainably in the sense of circular concepts. This is definitely part of the planning. I've got a question to our colleague from Colombia. You were talking about an insect plan. So I would have the question, it's quite an interesting approach from my point of view for the waste management sector combined with the food sector. Is it a plan which has already been implemented? Is it a plan? How is the financing of this plan? Currently, it's a research aspect, if it is possible, to treat waste through these insects and generating proteins by this. It's a research project. So the interim result shows that economically it's worthwhile to do this, to do the insect treatment, because these can be sold and the organic substances can be are degradable. And €8 per treated ton will be paid for this. For the treatment of the waste per treated ton, €8. So which revenue do you calculate for the protein? So there are three columns and €8 per treated ton, and the second is the revenue per ton of compost, €230. €250 per ton of proteins. 25% is the compost. So each ton which is collected, 25% biofertilizer. I've got a question from Mr. Imburg, and it's probably the last question. Thank you. I've got a question to Mr. Sharan and Mr. Lenhart. I find that what Mr. Sharan said for the villages in India, I think it's quite an exciting approach, and he was talking about this can be implemented in Ethiopia as well. I think for the entire development we need to consider how the situation in rural areas is in Asia and Africa and India, and how they are in the metropolitans. And I was quite lucky in my time in my profession to visit India and to visit Ethiopia. And I think what is decisive here, the use, the benefit of the people. So the power, the electricity approach is probably a very essential contribution to this. So if you take it what Asha Koshla in Development Alternatives is doing, recycling projects on paper and construction and so on, components, you can really have a value added here. So the question to you both, can you imagine that this is the core for rural population, to strengthen the rural population, to enable them to be more prosperous, to take part in prosperity that compared to individual waste projects, that it contributes more to prosperity of the people? Okay, thank you very much for the approach. Mr. Sharan and me, we had a very interesting conversation, and because we find it both exciting, I think it's a proper approach. If we talk about combined procedures and processes, so the production of electricity, if I think about Ethiopia, for example, the PV price is lower than the production of electricity by a plant with biogas. So you can talk about combined processes. Mr. Sharan was talking about heat use, heat generation for production industry processes play a big role, or cooling agents. So you need to clearly say that especially in rural areas this can be very interesting. Taking the example of Ethiopia, we don't have any comprehensive electricity grid in this context. So this insular supply would be very important in this context. You are quite right. Been thinking about the concept North-South, South-North project, where from the beginning you were considering the inputs of different parts and optimizing them. But of course, the good solutions are very complex, and it's very difficult for planners, for developers to make complex systems. Photovoltaics, for example, the price is one thing, but the reason why it's so comprehensive, because it's simple. And also in our villages, it's easy to install, sometimes not completely clean, but batteries can be loaded. So in Ethiopia and also in Kenya, in Uganda, Rwanda, I had a look at these systems, and if I see current projects in the economies, integrated projects, they are completely optimal. Because you have fertilizers, you have power, you have electricity, which you can use. You can use coal or storage for the chilling processes. Heat and electricity are available. And this combination, of course, increases the impact, the level of impact, CO2, but also the the economic efficiency, but also what we call basic investors are required.
% in 3 years or 5 years. You have to wait for 7 years, 8 years. But if we can show them that we can service the loan. So, darf ich 2 Minuten nehmen? 2 Minuten? Eine. Unser Konzept ist, dass wir machen eine Finanzierung von eine Mischung von Darlehen und Equity. Wir zahlen zuerst die Darlehen zurück. Während der Darlehenzeit bekommt der Equity-Holder keine Dividende. Aber er sieht, dass die ganze Anlage funktioniert, weil wir die Darlehen zurückzahlen. Solange die Darlehen zurückbezahlt ist, hat er die ganze Rendite für seine Equity.
He has the whole credit for his projects. We clearly could show that a 15-year financing period, a medium-term revenue of 10 to 12% can be realized. And this needs to be optimized locally by certain institutions in places in India. You need to see locally how these packages can be realized. And, you know, we are open-minded to work on this in India. We are economical. We can work very economically in projects where we are interested in. Okay, thank you very much for this contribution. And there is one more question coming in. I just want to make one remark. This sounds very good, yes. And if you see it, Mr. Sharan said it's a very complex system, and I would like to consider one thing. In Africa, there is a regulation, an anger of regulation, or we had the initiatives here, the approaches in Kenya, and we tried to initiate them, and I couldn't get far because when I got to know with which regulations and with which approaches the people confronted us. So these are gigantic, great challenges apart from the financial and economical framework conditions. So microcredit, a micro system in Kenya, for example, the Kenya government, or they say you can only operate it when you have demand the same price as from the consumer I can offer you. So each project is dead from the beginning. Okay, this was not a question, but a nice final statement. And if there aren't any more questions, I assume this is the case. We would like to close this part of the seminar. Mrs. Opphard would like to communicate something within the course of the evening as far as previous planning is concerned. So I would like to express my thanks to the 3 presentators. Thank you very much. It gave us a very good overview. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And first day has been completed with the technical part. So as long as during the is referring to the coffee break, so we will continue. As you all know, we want together with you having a treat to the 10-year anniversary of Retro. If you want to go into the foyer, something is going to be prepared for you. And we have 4 festival presenters who will go to tell you something within the next few hours. And then you are cordially invited for a dinner where you have already had your lunch. And please bear in mind that the units, your headsets and so on need to be returned, and I hope that you will have a nice evening after this first exciting day of our conference. I wish you all the best, and I would like to point out At the reception, you will have a beverage. You're invited for this. And for the dinner, there will be non-alcoholic drinks. And if you want to have a glass of wine or a glass of beer, we would like to request you to pay it yourself. And you realized this is just an advice. We will offer you a purely vegetarian, regional, seasonal buffet. And I don't know who has experienced the lunch. We can look forward to the cuisine results. So I wish you all a nice evening. And please change the room. And I would like the speakers and presenters just on the stage, as long as they are here. And our chairman of the management board wants to make the transition. So all the presenters and hosts and presenters, please enter the stage. And we will see us in the foyer.